Give the whole meeting for October 19th, 2023 to order. I'd like to declare that we have quorum this morning, and I'm looking for agenda approval. Councillor Roosevelt. Councillor Crennick.
Thank you. I'd like to move the approval of the agenda.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve the agenda. I have one note that we'll have item 5.1 immediately after item 3.1. Call the question on the agenda approval. We have an addition, 5.5. Call the question. That motion is carried. Thank you. Under delegations and appointments, we have a 10:10 meeting, the Claremont Community Garden update. General Manager Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask Christine to introduce our guest.
Good morning, Christine.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. It's my great pleasure today to reintroduce, I guess, a familiar face, Devin Bateman, the president of the Claremont Community Garden Society. And so he's in today to update council with some of the successes that his community garden has seen this year, and also to speak a little bit about his future vision for the community garden, and not just in Claremont, but some possibilities throughout the county. Administration has received a number of requests from different communities, TP Creek, I believe they're doing something out in the Glass as well, and Whispering Ridges also, about perhaps starting their own community gardens, which can be a really great social connection builder, as well as ultimately producing food items. So I'm going to hand it over to Devin, and Devin will ask Tatiana to navigate him through this slideshow, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Devin.
Morning.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, sweet. There's my presentation. Okay, perfect. So I guess we'll, so first of all, thank you so much. I feel very honored and privileged to be here to present this presentation and to show you my future vision for what I believe not only my garden can be, but I believe this garden can spread, because it is a very solid idea, and I'm going to spend the next little while explaining why. So my garden, the idea started off in 2019. I presented to Parks and Rec, and then I presented to council. I got approval to start the garden. And in 2020, we started the garden with 12 raised bed boxes and a pumpkin patch, 8 foot by 4 foot each box. It was a relatively good start. And we did a combination of private owned boxes along with a public section. So 7 boxes were privately owned, 5 boxes were for the public. And I really wanted to do this model because I wanted to see the challenges and the opportunities with this model, and I quickly realized there were substantially more challenges than opportunities. What essentially happened with this model was there was a clear lack of attention to the boxes. People really weren't watering, weeding, and things. And where it was their boxes, I kind of felt like I didn't want to come in and do it for them. And then it ended up having some vandalism. Kids were pulling out plants. People were really not happy with the way this was going, and it ended up leaking out on my Facebook page. So I want to say that this moment was the moment that absolutely everything changed with this garden. I basically had a moment where I said, this is why you people can't have nice things. I'm taking it all away. And I'm basically going to have two goals in mind. I am going to grow as much food as humanly possible with the space I have, and I'm going to give it all away. Just because. So what we did was we gave a substantial portion to the food bank, and I started a program for the children in grade 1. So they plant in grade 1 and they harvest in grade 2. And so in 2021, we did build 7 more raised bed boxes. As you can see, it makes the purple flower in my 2 flowers in a field. So the new model, we were growing food for the food bank and we were educating kids. Unfortunately, in 2021, we had the plan for the kids, but COVID shut the school down at exactly the wrong time. So we couldn't get that program off the ground. But in the first year, we did grow 400 pounds of food for the food bank, and the community came and got some. So the start of this model was a really good success. If you want to scroll down to the next one, thank you. In 2022, we added 7 more boxes, so you can see the red flower exists. So my 2 flowers in a field are very prevalent there. We added 10 sugar snap pea troughs. We got a new shed. And the first year for kids education was this year. So the kids got to plant. And this year we actually grew 1,100 pounds of food for the food bank. The kids walked away with about 150 pounds, and I believe the community walked away with about 150 pounds. So in total, it was around 1,500 pounds of food in our area. So it was a really big, successful year. And so growing on 2022, we really ramped it up a notch in 2023. As you can see, we added the sky over the flowers. The octagonal box is the sun, and there's 3 big boxes in front of my shed there that are all filled with fruit. And it's not pictured there, but we started an orchard down along the fence line that we're going to continue on. So the other thing that happened in 2023, I pushed kind of hard, but not super hard in 2022 for sponsors. Because of the success of 2022, and I could show that I had something really dynamite here, I actually managed to get 8 sponsors in 2023 because my expansions for 2023 were, well, they were very aggressive. Other years, it was around $5,000 to $7,000 expansion. This year was $16,500. I knew it was going to be a big ask. With sponsorship and with council, our county, we actually raised a little over 20. So I was very proud of that. And these sponsorships are things that are going to continue on. A main one was Canadian Tire. They essentially sponsored my plants. They gave me the plants last year, and they have committed to giving me essentially everything I'm going to need in the garden for next year. That's a $3,000 touch approximately. They're giving it to me because of the food bank, because of the children, because it's helping for the community, and it's going on. And you can see a few of my other sponsors: Keytech, Catwalk Compression, Kakwa Stone, Pembina Pipelines, Parley Sheds, and so on. If you want to go down to the next slide, here you can see the kids when they're planting. The top row would be 2022, the bottom row is 2023. So what we do, we have about 7 boxes and we rotate around. There's about 4 our teachers and 3 of my helpers, so we all take a box and the kids will plant a few, they'll rotate, they'll plant a few, they'll rotate. So typically they're planting tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, beets, lettuce. Yeah, usually like that, and pumpkins. And then if you want to scroll down again, you'll see where they actually are harvesting. So when they come back, so they plant in May and they come back just after school starts again in September. And they don't just harvest their boxes. We just let them absolutely go to town on the garden. They absolutely love it. You can see they're walking through the corn patch on the bottom. There's a giant potato box. I just basically just chucked 10 or 15 kids in there and just let them go ham. It's genuinely, they are so genuinely excited for this day. These kids are vibrating. And this energy goes back to their classroom. This energy goes back to their siblings. This energy goes back to their parents. And this is going to continue on every single year in Claremont. Essentially, my goal is to raise an army of gardeners who are able to produce their own food, know what that feels like, get that good feeling, and even better yet, they know this garden's giving away food to the food bank, so they know they're also providing food and giving it back to their community. If you would like to go down one more, please. And then, of course, the food bank donations. The top was 2022 and the bottom is 2023. So for the food bank donations, last year we harvested over a 4-week period. This year we harvested over a 6-week period, because one of the goals is we don't want to overwhelm the food bank with, here's 14 worth of food, good luck. It's more of a, here's 300 pounds worth of food, here's 300 pounds worth of food, here's 300 pounds worth of food, and keep it adequately distributed. One of the things I am genuinely proud of with our food bank setup is we have found a way to make distribution networks so we have legitimately zero waste. Everything I give to that food bank goes to people that need it. One of my goals was, how much food is it going to take to overwhelm the Claremont Food Bank? And I'm so proud to say that I did that. And oh boy, did I do that. So when I overwhelmed the Claremont Food Bank, they immediately opened up their distribution channels to the Sexsmith Food Bank, to the TP Creek Food Bank, to the Senior Center in Claremont. And if I could grow more food, we would find more places to send it. So that, I was very proud of that one. And if you want to keep scrolling down, please. So here's some facts about the garden. To date, with last year's expansion, the garden has cost around $32,000. Over half of that has come from the county through grants. Thank you very much. That number totals around $17,000, and the rest was up to me, $15,000 to find through corporate sponsorships, personal donations, and gifts in kind, essentially. Our first year, again, it was fairly minimal. We grew about 100 pounds of food. It was a trial year. I've always looked at this garden essentially like a science experiment. I have my hypothesis, I have my theories. The only way I can test them is on the ground. Sometimes things go exactly like I think they're going to go, and sometimes things come out of left field and tackle me to the ground, and I'd never even seen it coming, but you're never going to know until you actually put yourself in that position. So in 2021, we did better. We expanded. We got about 600 pounds of food. 2022, really hit our stride. We got 1,400 pounds of food. You can see the distribution there. 2023, we ramped it up again. And so basically, one of the issues with our current society is accessibility to healthy and nutritious food. I genuinely believe that if you're somebody who even makes a good income or a median income, you still struggle to find a way to provide yourself with good quality food, because the price of produce has gone up substantially in the last few years for many reasons. So I said the average price of food, if you average it all, it was about $1.50 a pound. So in my estimation, the garden has grown around $5,500 worth of food, $2,400 worth of food last year alone. And I believe in around a decade, we could be in a position to actually give away more food than the garden cost and then continue on. It's not that the garden is profitable, it's that the garden is able to give away more food than the actual funds that it costs to put the garden in place, and then it will continue on year after year. The expansion cost will be basically none because the garden will be in place, and it's just the general idea of maintenance and continuing on. Scroll down one more, please. So here's the county of Grande Prairie, and Claremont is just one area in the county of Grande Prairie. And so with my garden, I believe in the last 4 years, I have unequivocally proven concept that this garden can be tremendously successful in any community because of the way it is. I believe that the model of a privately owned garden is a one pillar style. It is fragile and it is tippy. If anything goes wrong, if anyone loses interest, if people get aggravated and want to quit, if people get a bad name with the garden, things can spiral out of control. Most of the time when a community garden fails, it's because of interhuman conflict. People don't get along, they don't agree with things, they don't do these things. I believe my garden has at least 3 pillars. We have the community, we have the food bank, and we have the school. So we have a lot of interest in groups who want to keep this garden going and being successful and being strong. The food bank really likes the idea of getting fresh produce. The kids in the school really like the idea of having the kids go through the program every single year. So this garden is not based on individuals and their interest or pound of flesh in the garden. This garden's based on communities and programs that need this garden. So it's not so much interhuman conflicts as people working together and programs working in sync. So there's a stat out there that 90% of community gardens fail within the first 2 years. I didn't know this stat until year 3 of my garden, thankfully. I don't think it would have made any difference to me because never for a moment, even with the trials and tribulations that I've had with this garden, has failure even been considered an option for me. If anything ever comes up, if challenges arise, I will spend about 5 seconds realizing that's a problem and spend the rest of my time working solutions and throwing them against the board, throwing them against the wall and see if they stick and move on. Again, this is a science experiment. I'm nimble, we can change. So again, there's a lot of communities in the county of Grand Prairie, and there's actually a few community gardens in the county of Grand Prairie. I'm not sure how they're exactly doing, but I believe some of the existing community gardens have a potential to be retrofitted with my style of garden to bolster their performance. So if you'd like to go down one more slide. So in 2022, a lady named Darlene in Rycroft messaged the Facebook page with a very simple message. She said, we've been trying to start a community garden here in the Rycroft Spirit River area for years, and it never gets off the ground. We noticed your model. We'd like to mirror this model and see if we can make this work in our community. So scroll down one more. Spoiler alert, this model worked in their communities. They were planning to start one garden. They actually started 2. They started one in Spirit River and one in Rycroft. And you can see, I believe the top is Spirit River and the bottom is Rycroft. And they had, I believe, I'm a little jealous actually, they got a lot of support right off the top. They got community support, they had fundraisers, they had people come out of the woodwork and just give them money for this program because they were going to do the educational component, they were going to do the food bank program, and they were going to do the general give it away to the community. And they actually went one step further and they actually went to the senior center and they paired up the children with the seniors so we could have intergenerational learning, which is something I really thought was a great idea. And I never would have thought of that idea if that garden never existed, which is one of the reasons why I believe having a network of gardens like this in the county of Grand Prairie that can all be interlinked, it's a giant, if one's struggling, others can pick it up. If there's knowledge to be gained, because there's going to be opportunities and challenges are going to vary from garden to garden. I talked with Darlene and the crowd up in Spirit River Rycroft. One of their challenges is they're not in a high traffic area. They had issues getting people to know they even have gardens. I didn't have that problem. I'm in one of the highest traffic areas in Claremont. I don't need to tell anyone about the garden. Everyone knows. So they were, vandalism wasn't a big issue for them because a lot of people were there. Vandalism was a slightly larger issue for me because I'm beside a skate park with preteens, teens, and that type of nature. And I think one of my challenges was vandalism, and I believe it is being curbed these years. And one of the things we're going to do next year is more signage. And I believe putting the children through the community school program every single year, it's going to take a few years before it fully saturates into the community, but just having every kid have interest and know what this garden is will naturally curb vandalism. On top of the fact that when vandalism does happen at the garden, myself and my team will immediately make it disappear. It's like it never happened. We will never let things settle for even a moment. If somebody tells me something's wrong, I'm on my way. I don't care. We will fix it. Again, our vandalism has not been anything catastrophic or to the point where it's not recoverable, but it does happen. Kids are kids. They like to throw tomatoes. They like to dig up some stuff. It happens. So scroll down one more, please. So my plan basically, I would like to hold information sessions in communities around the county of Grand Prairie to see if there is interest in starting gardens in communities that will educate the kids and provide food for the food bank. Basically find champions in the communities that would see this vision and see what the future of this could amount to, and people who would be dedicated to do something like this. One of the success stories of the Rycroft and Spirit River Gardens was, as much as I wanted to help them as much as I could, they really just got my advice and ran, and they did it. I didn't do any physical labor up there. I just really gave them the ideas and they ran with it. So these gardens can run without me having to run them, as long as the people who are running them understand. And the other thing too, use my garden as a template. I've gone through the setbacks. I've gone through the opportunities. I see what works. I see what haven't. I could save people years of trials and tribulations by essentially, one of my plans is to almost make like a franchise handbook. Like if you were opening up a McDonald's or a Subway or a Tim Hortons, do this, you will be successful. I want to show basically people cut down on the headache and just start with a successful garden that the community can appreciate right off the top. Scroll down one more, please. Thank you. So why are these gardens so important these days? I'm not saying that a garden like this is going to be a silver bullet answer to food insecurity. That would be a little on the ridiculous side. But what this does, it gives people hope. It gives people something to look forward to each year. I just wrapped up the Claremont Community Garden. We finished our final weeding Saturday. I'm ready for May. I want to get after this again already. And if communities, it gives you something to look forward to. It gives people hope. These days, I know 2020, 2021, 2022, and even now, it's been a real struggle for people. It's been a mental battle, and giving somebody something that is going to be greater than themselves, something that you can look forward to and really do something bigger than yourself is something that's really big, an opportunity to give back. Myself personally, I know I have substantially more leadership skills, and I have no clue where my comfort zone is anymore because of this garden. This thing has grown me as a person tremendously. I am a better person now than I was when I presented to council in 2019. I promise you. And the people in the gardens that will grow these will also grow as people. And then there's another opportunity to get teenagers help so that they can understand the idea of pushing and helping and things like that. Some of the doom and gloom, we are currently in food insecurity society. It's just a fact. If you go to the grocery store and you look at the price of produce, I want to sit in the corner in the fetal position and cry a little. I'm not going to lie. Middle class are using the food bank at record rates. It's no longer just a lower class thing. We don't have electricity banks. We don't have gas banks. We don't have phone bill banks. We're about to have snow banks, but we have food banks. We don't have banks for anything else. This is the one thing that we can help each other out. Your phone bill, your phone company doesn't care. You can't pay your phone bill. They're going to cut it off. It's irrelevant. We live in a hard society. The cost of living is getting out of reach for a wider portion of the population, and establishing gardens like this is going to make a difference over time. And the other thing, I like doing the fruit boxes and doing the orchard, these are not things that are going to benefit the garden this year. We literally produced zero fruit. We literally produced zero things off the trees. That was to be expected. Next year, they're going to produce a little bit more. The year after that, they're going to produce a little bit more. Trees take 5 to 7 years to really start producing anything, but you have to put them in to get the results. So this, again, this is a forward-thinking project. Scroll down, please. So the potential impact on the county of Grand Prairie, if we could implement these gardens in communities, the goal is to educate the kids and feed the needy. We are going to have a more compassionate population that will understand the needs of others and help their fellow community members. One thing that I noticed did happen in COVID, people became a little more introverted, a little more interested in themselves. I find this garden is a way to combat that and to make sure you think about yourselves a little better. Usually in history, when things happen, armies make it happen. And we usually think of armies in a very negative way. I think of an army of gardeners who know what they're doing could change society to an extent. If this garden could go into several communities and you could have several educational programs in those schools that run on an annual basis, kids will have hands-on skills. They will know what it's like to dig around in the soil and actually have the confidence to know that they can actually do that. It's not just something that is a pie in the sky idea, it's a reality. And the one thing that's really happening in my garden that really started this year, it was kind of starting last year, but it really came together this year. This is a gathering place. This is a place where people come together and push for a goal that's bigger than themselves. This is a place where you come, walk around the garden, and just have a mental health break. The current garden is 8,400 square feet with 40 raised boxes and an orchard. When I give people a tour, it takes about 10 minutes. You got to get your steps in around this thing. So if it'll get people off the couch and give them a destination to go to. And then they're going to come back with some tomatoes or strawberries or peas or corn or whatever. There's so much down there that is open to the public. And this year, people did actually really take advantage of that. And I could not be happier. Scroll down, please. So what do I need? I'd like to work with council members. I'd like to work with community members. I would like to work with leaders in communities. I'd like to be able to present in communities an information session to implement this style of garden. I truly believe the style of garden has the capacity to transform what we think of when we think about a community garden. This garden truly addresses the needs of a community garden should. I believe this style of garden has a long-term chance at success. It can be run for decades. It can be run with a leadership team, and this leadership team can be turned over to a new leadership team. So a garden like this can essentially be basically a franchised idea that can run indefinitely in a community that's very solid and mitigates the risk of failure to a very acceptable chance. Scroll down, please. Oh, hey, that's it. So that's my presentation. Thank you, everyone. I guess I will take questions.
Councillor Roosevelt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your passion for this. Anytime a child can actually see where food comes from, it's a good thing. So I think that's very positive, and I applaud your passion for that and making that happen. My big question is, do you have a succession plan? Because you're the passion right now behind this project.
Yeah.
Do you have somebody that's
what I have right now is a board with my garden. I happen to be the chair. I have a vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. Currently, I have two ladies that if I drive back to work and I don't make it, they can take it over right now. They are committed to, at a minimum, sustaining what I have and keeping it going. Expansion on my plan might not happen right now, but what I have, if I'm not in place, my garden continues. Because my garden it's not a complicated concept. And once it's on the ground, it looks intimidating, but once it's on the ground, it's really not that hard to maintain as long as you know what you're doing. And my ladies do know what they're doing. So yes, this was back in 2020, this was one of my first questions I asked myself is, this garden needs to be larger than me. And yes, I need to find people in communities that are as passionate as me. And that's another challenge. I realize that because I've unfortunately realized not everyone's as passionate as I am. But yeah, I have a succession plan. Any of these gardens in these communities would have a board and would have a succession plan and would have a leader, a co-leader, and people waiting in the wings to be able to come up, ideally. And if it's not something that's immediately in place, it's something that would be worked on until it is in place.
Okay, no, that sounds good. That's just was my concern.
Yeah,
that it
absolutely.
would potentially fall apart. You're talking about the intergenerational that they're doing up in Spirit River. Have you thought about putting any boxes maybe over at Lakeview?
I would be open to putting boxes anywhere at the seniors' place.
Yeah.
I have pushed for
Because I know
that.
they have some boxes there already.
I have pushed for that 3 times. Originally, when I built this garden in 2019, I was going to build 2 gardens, one up there because I wanted to put 6 4x8 boxes up there. And if I could present to them for a third time, I would be over the moon to do it, because my garden expansion at my garden in 2024 is relatively modest compared to what I've been doing. So I would have an opportunity to be able to put, I'd like to put 6 boxes up there so I could be able to, they would be able to produce your potatoes, your tomatoes, your carrots, your lettuce, things like that in a bit more of a bulk setting. Because each box is 32 square feet. You can get 40 to 50 pounds of potatoes out of a box. So
Okay, no, I will bring that forward then to the Grand Spirit Board to see if they would be willing to
Yeah.
work with you on that.
please, because I've tried to reach out to them several times.
Yeah, no, that's one of the boards I sit on, so
Sweet.
I can
Please.
potentially help you with that. I do know La Glace has a community garden as well.
Mhm.
They just had a huge expansion this year again.
Okay,
But I'm not sure right now if they do any that's donation or if it's just
Right.
that old style
Right.
community garden. But I do know it's very well maintained and very well run.
well, that's good. And that's good. And sometimes there are exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get it right.
Yeah.
It's just,
It's been there for about 15 years, I
Okay,
think. So it's
okay.
been there a long time.
okay,
and
so it's
just had some-
established.
It's established. But there again, I'm not sure about their succession
But
plan either.
Why, again, if there's an opportunity to get the kids in to plant and
They
harvest?
do.
Oh, they do? Oh,
They do.
fantastic.
They
Okay,
do help, yeah. So I was just gonna mention that
Yeah.
they do have something in place out
For
there
sure.
already, but it's not raised beds, it's actually in the ground
and
beds.
there's challenge to in-ground gardening as opposed to raised bed gardening. They are
They're
two different
farmers out
animals.
there.
That's
They're
different, yeah.
farmers.
And it's probably, the land they're on is probably multi-generationally, it's good land. Like sometimes it's difficult to get good land.
It is.
in
and
ground,
they-
like where
I
I'm
do know they
at.
had just a huge, the county donated or gave them $500 towards peat moss.
Mm,
And so they had that and then they had extra as well.
right.
I do know somebody that would be willing to donate some well-aged manure if you need some,
Oh, that'd be nice.
but you have to come get it.
I will figure that out.
That's in my backyard, so.
Nice.
Just saying that if you need it, I've got some there, and I would donate it. So there you go. If you need some, come
Sweet.
grab it. Thank you very much,
Appreciate
and thanks
that.
for your passion for this.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Krennic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you for the presentation. I commend you on your dedication to this. You don't have to answer this question. Do you have a job besides what you do here?
Absolutely. I work 40 hours a week and I still
Okay.
do this.
And that was kind of where, and it wasn't meant to be too in-depth inquisitive question, but I do commend you on the time spent because it is a very large project that you're doing, and I know that all the work you put into it is greatly appreciated. TB Creek also has been trying to do that. I don't know
Yep.
if they've been in touch with you or not, but I know that they've been asking some questions and they're not sure how to go about doing that.
They have not, but I'd be more than willing, because I know TP Creek, I would be more than willing to chat with the TP Creek. That'd be a good one.
Because I think they were trying to get it located close to the school. for the
Okay,
children
yeah.
there, So,
Perfect.
but I'm not sure all the.
Okay, well, I'd love
places
to,
there,
I'd
so-
love to get in contact.
Yeah.
The other thing, that I almost had and I could possibly get again would be a major corporate sponsor, because at one point when this first took off, I was talking with a company to basically go under their charity wing, because I'm talking about spreading this across the county. I'm looking at the county as the start of this. There's no reason this could not spread across the Peace Country, across the rest of Alberta, and then bleed out into Canada. That's a very ambitious statement, but I genuinely believe it's possible. I believe you have to hit the tipping point, because my garden, again, I unequivocally prove success. I'm sorry I did. And if you could put this garden in half a dozen communities and then other communities get wind of this and it spreads and it grows, there will be a tipping point when I believe this model of garden needs to be the future of community gardens, because it really supports the community in the way the community needs, not just the individuals in the community.
And thank you again so much. Having a job and spending all your time after your job to do
Oh,
another
yeah.
job is
Well,
quite noteworthy. So
And
thank you very much. I do
Absolutely.
appreciate your time.
And yeah, I definitely have 40. In 2021, I was working in the oil field 80 hours a week and still doing this. So that was a challenge. I did it, but working a 40-hour week and doing this garden it's very doable. My estimation is I put around 450 to 500 hours a year into the garden, and evenings and weekends basically. And they say if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. I believe if I wasn't so dedicated to this, I might have had more burnout issues, but it wasn't ever a concern to that end.
So I see no more comments, so I'd just like to say I thank you for your passion and commitment on this.
Mhm.
I think it's possible. I think one of the key things that you're doing is involving children from the schools, and I think that the community gardens needs to be attached to the school to make it workable.
100%.
You know, the production of the food is just a byproduct of this, right? It's teaching kids, as a larger percentage of our population is removed from farm
Yep.
and food production, they don't realize where it comes from, and I think it's important. I mean, I live on a farm, so I kind of have an understanding of food production, and
Right.
and I look at this and the small amount of food you produce, and I say, well, it's not very much, but it's important to teach people where their food comes from. So thank you for doing this. And I appreciate what you're doing, and I encourage you to keep going on this. I would like to see maybe have a greenhouse on there.
Oh, we have a
So you-
greenhouse.
Okay.
We got it this year.
Pardon me?
We did actually get a greenhouse this year. Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, it wasn't in the picture. The picture was taken before the greenhouse got there.
okay, so the kids can get there even earlier to start the.
100% early May.
That's awesome. All right.
Absolutely.
So once again, thank you.
And yeah, to your point, farms are going multi-corporationally conglomerate. Back in the day, there were farms where people grew up on farms. I do oil field training, so a lot of our guys, I train kids that grew up on the farm, and that's going away. And I'm finding even in training, like a lot of kids that come in now don't have the same skills, like technically with your hands that we used to have. We are getting away. Like, we're a society where I can pull out my phone and I can literally get anything delivered to my door without even so much as a thought. It takes, if my things break down, I can just phone somebody to fix them. I feel we need to get to the point where we're putting things back in our own hands and learning skills again, because as a society, we're unequivocally no doubt moving away from that system, and it's going to come back. If you give your independence away, it's really difficult to get it back.
Yeah, so I think one of the points you missed is it's not just corporate farms, but it's multi-generational farms
Yeah,
as well, because in order to be successful on a farm, you kind of have to grow up in it.
absolutely. And so, and that's going, like the mom and pop farms are going away, unfortunately. And this garden is a multi-generational. This garden could be around for 100 years. This Claremont garden, there's no reason this garden could not be around in 21, 23. There's absolutely no reason.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next item on the agenda by special request is item 5.1. General Manager Conowalla, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's going to be hard to follow that passion up. I have passion for my job, but that's a tough one to beat. Yep.
Not that level.
That's geez.
Kids on the graders.
So we're bringing the road ban overweight vehicle back. As you may recall, we had a pretty serious overhaul of this last round. And there was still work to do. So I'll kind of try to hit the highlights. Right now, what happens when people need permits, farmers, people, somebody hauling a load of gravel to Sprucewood, they call in, they talk to an admin support staff, who then goes to an ops person, who then says yes. So then we write a permit, and then we ship it off, and we send a copy to enforcement. So it's a very inefficient manual-based system. Moving forward, what we'd like to do is have a third-party permitting company facilitate the request, approval, and issuing of all permits. It's something we do already on the heavy commercial side, road data, and it's all electronic. What we're suggesting is that permits required for anything related to agricultural commodities would be automatically approved and issued free of charge. But commercial activity would be subject to certain conditions that we would provide to road data. And then when required, they send it to us, say, do you want to approve this? There would be a charge, as there is now, for that type of work. We would pay for the agricultural part by the county. We estimate, based on traditional amounts of permits, that would cost us in the neighborhood of 12 to 15,000. We've carried that in budget. we feel that we're gonna save well more than that in time, as well as ratepayers. The lack of time ratepayers are gonna have to put in, spending time on the phone, getting written permits, et cetera. It's all done automatically for the agricultural side. And like I say, the majority of our commercial traffic's already doing this process. So basically what we're doing is we're creating one process for all permitting now, as opposed to having multiple processes. There are some changes if we scroll down to the road ban, the road ban order. So as you know, during road ban season, we slap a blanket road ban on everything. And then there's some exceptions in here. Keep going down. Right to the, yeah. So the biggest change to the order is gonna be, if you scroll down, we're actually getting rid of the non-truck route permit required in all county subdivision internal roads. And the reason we're doing that is because we've never said no, ever. So when somebody phones and says, I want to take a load of gravel into Sprucewood, we say yes. When somebody phones and says, I want to take 2 loads of concrete into Aspen Ridge, we say yes. We have never said no to this. So during the road ban season, nothing would change. These would all be banned to 50%. But during regular season, if someone wants to haul a load of gravel into Green Acres, they don't need to get a permit from us because we've always said yes. We've never said no. Load of topsoil. I want to bring sod in. All the stuff that they phone in for, we say yes every time. So that's the biggest change to the actual order itself, outside of the permitting process, which would become automated for all, and again, free for the agricultural users. We're not looking to recoup fees from the agricultural users. We've done another minor edit at the bottom where we take fertilizer off the list because it becomes part of our exemptions with road data, so it doesn't need to be restated in here. So don't be alarmed that fertilizer is being removed. It's just, it's already part of our list that would go to road data, so it would be exempt anyway. I'll maybe leave it there and answer questions.
Councillor Beaupre, please.
Thanks very much. You know, I totally appreciate and support the initiative, but I guess my concern is with the enforcement of vehicles that shouldn't be doing what they're doing. Like, how are we going to manage that? I had an email that I sent to you this morning from an individual that had worked 17 years in the commercial vehicle enforcement, and you know, they're seeing, as a resident, she's already seeing more and more traffic using some of the roads that we de-gazetted from heavy use on them. And in her opinion, some of them are overweight. They're trying to get around the scales.
Yep.
And so, you know, that's only causing more wear and tear on our roads, plus concerns from the residents that live on those areas, school buses and all of that. How are we going to enforce this kind of activity, but encourage, like say, be able to use the roads for the intention that the purposes that they're intended for?
Yeah, I guess my simple answer to that would be this doesn't really change that, Councillor Beaupre, because if they were hauling illegal, they're hauling illegal, right? I have seen a ramp up of enforcement on the commercial vehicle side here in the last 2 months. So something's, yeah. In our talks with enforcement, when we went through this, because we did talk to them to get their input, they felt this makes their life easier. They show up, they walk up. Where's your permit? Oh, it's at home. There's no, you have a number that's associated when you get it, and if you don't have it, you've got a ticket. So they felt this would make their lives easier, way less paper-based. It's all automatic. When road data issues it, they're on the list. It goes boom, electronic to them. And if they pull somebody over, it's readily available for them to use as opposed to this manual. So I don't think that answers your question great as far as the enforcement side. I think I've seen a ramp up, like I said, and maybe that needs to continue because it's pretty easy to see when somebody's got gravel spilling over the sideboards of their body job that they're not hauling a legal load.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the best part, it seems like this would make their life easier.
Councillor Rosewell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is going to be strictly online, no phone number to call, because I do know there's still certain demographics, especially in our agricultural community, that would not be able to do that online.
Yeah, so I think they can still call us. We're trying to streamline as much as we can to this system. You can call into this, we can transfer them to roads. I got Rod here. He's the expert of this stuff if we need to get in the weeds. They have verbal, it's not all electronic. You can phone in, you can say, I need a permit for this, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. So right now,
Yeah, you come to a
Come up to the
microphone.
mic, Rod. Yep. Yeah, yeah, it'll be live when you get up there.
so speaking with road data, they do this with a lot of rural municipalities within Alberta already. They have all sorts of different systems depending on what the municipality wants to see. Some issue blanket road permits like we're doing for ag, some stick to the road ban order. But typically they see ag permits coming in 90% via phone. So that's an option. They just have, we would post a phone number on the website. We would also inform the ladies or administration how to help them and support them, and send them in the right direction. And it's literally a 10-minute phone call with road data. They would have to set up an account, which would just be an address, you know, some name, just some personal information, right? It would be the vehicle itself, maybe a license plate, and then they would be good to go. The other advantage to this is road data is open from 6:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week.
Okay.
So weekends, they can get permits Saturday, Sunday, it don't matter. So we think it'll
That's
be an
helpful.
advantage to them
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely.
They're not struggling to find an operations foreman or sub foreman who's on call to
Okay,
get them.
no, that sounds good. I was just worried that we do still have certain demographics that
I
don't.
should have mentioned that because you're the majority call in on that side.
Yeah, absolutely. And another question is, are you concerned, like you've taken off those no truck road or no trucks without permit or whatever in those subdivisions? Are you worried about any potential abuse of the system because that they're going to start then?
Not at this time, just because, like I say, we've said yes to literally everything. Having said that, we're gonna monitor it, and if we need to, instead of doing this blanket, we would be strategic on where we're seeing the problem.
Okay.
So,
Okay, and I do know for a fact, because I see it every day.
Yep.
That the roads that you did take the no trucks off of, are now getting significantly more use because of the enforcement on some of our paved roads. They're avoiding the paved roads and taking every other gravel road to avoid them. I've actually asked the question, I've stopped a few of them on the road. It's like, why are you on this road when there's a paved road right there? And they're like, well, there's too much enforcement over there. So they're
enforcement of what? Speeding?
speeding.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is, but there's enforcement as well as the commercial vehicle inspections and stuff like that. So
Right.
that's what we're seeing out there now, where we've taken off all those no truck roads.
Yeah, and like I say, when we did that, we knew we might have to make some tweaks. We've got some noise concerns with Jake braking in some specific areas. We're gonna try some tools to help with that, so we just wanted to reset the clock, and if we need to make adjustments, we will.
Okay, no,
Yep.
my primary was about the opportunity for a voice, like actually talking to somebody. Okay, thank you.
And the reason we're putting this in front of everyone now is because we want to communicate this well in advance. You know, we want to have kind of an educational piece because we've been doing it a certain way for a long time. So if somebody phones in, they're not going to get told from the admin staff, sorry, we don't do that anymore, call road data. They're going to get help on how to get through the new process.
Councillor Frayne, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess with the subdivision in particular, I understand where you're coming from and I understand you saying yes all the time, but we lose the knowledge of what is happening in subdivisions. Do you feel like that's maybe a negative, that you don't understand that there are trucks coming in and out on this day or not day if something were to happen? Like now we won't have any idea. So just wondering, is that like a concern?
That was talked about with part of the group. You know, an individual or two said, hey, well, it lets me know that there's 2 loads of topsoil going in there.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do with that information?
Yeah. That's
Well,
my
nothing.
question.
Okay, you know.
Yeah.
So I think, I don't think we're specifically concerned that things are gonna change from what's happening now, I guess. People are doing it without permits as well,
Anyway.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
And when they do call for a permit, we say yes. So we thought, well,
okay.
what's the point of having it included? Like I say, during road band season, you can't go into Sprucewood. It will not hold up during road band season. So that'll still get blanketed.
Okay.
It would ban certain ones that aren't able to take.
The loads.
Yep. Yep. So we've got a couple of them identified, Counselor. Well, so what we've done in the past is we blanket road ban everything that's not hard surfaced, right? And then we have these tools for permits required. And so then we had other tools for truck roads. And so when we ban everything, there are a number of roads within the order that stay at 100% axle weight, no matter what, even when it's banned. For example, the first one, 100% axle weight loading in the county industrial park. So even during road ban season, that's there. So when you go through that list, Sprucewood's not on there. So Sprucewood was being banned as part of the road ban order, despite it having what we call a hard surface. Yep. So that part wouldn't change as far as the road ban season. I use Sprucewood as an example because it's due for an upgrade and it's.
Excuse me.
Exactly.
No, thank you. I just wanted to see if you guys felt there was value in that
Yeah, sorry,
information or
Amanda.
not. No, and that's okay. And if that's the question
Yep.
is like, well, what would we do that with that information? Then that's fine.
Yep. No, 100%. It's a very, as soon as you mentioned it, I was like, it was a pretty good conversation with the team. Yep.
Councillor Bopey,
Thank you, Mr.
anything
Chair.
else?
Yeah, actually, just a couple comments to support Councillor Roosevelt. Those activities are happening, and even a couple of the aggregate haulers coming out of the Wapiti River in the past had used some of the internal subdivision roads as part of their haul. Now with the lights out to Highway 40, it makes it even more feasible because they actually can get out on Highway 40. And I think that was part of the issue in the past, is that without the improvements to certain roads, they're using other roads to get to easier access. And I'm really hoping that we don't see a lot of that when we take the road bans or the axle weight restrictions off some of these roads, that they're using them to find the easiest and less obstructive ways to get to places.
Right. Yep. Understood. Like I say, the ones that have non-truck road permit required, if they were doing it without a permit, that doesn't change. And when they were asking for a permit, we were saying yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question regarding agriculture. So if agriculture is automatically approved, why do they need a permit? You know, I mean, I was told in the past that because they decide which route you're going to take, right? But we've gone through seasons in the past when I've been on council where I was given a seasonal permit as an agriculture farmer. And then, of course, I told my neighbors all about this and they phoned in. And they weren't allowed to get one like that. So I'm just curious, if it's automatically approved, all you're doing is making a bunch of headache and paperwork for everybody to do every day. I don't understand it. Can you answer?
We kind of had that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing the paperwork historically anyways, right? So we did discuss, is this something we should just abolish completely and just say ag commodities are approved to go during road bans? And I think the answer was, this gives us some sort of format to track if we want to, and it makes them a little bit responsible for getting a permit, right? They're just not.
So I can understand if the farmer has one truck and one field and one load. But when you have 20 fields and 4 trucks and you don't know what you're going to do in the morning and you're supposed to phone in for a permit, it makes it very difficult
And that's
to
why,
be compliant.
sorry, and that's why we went to a blanket ag permit. So when you go to get a permit, it'll be for that license plate number or for that unit number, and it will be good for any agriculture commodity, which we do have a list of, started a list for within the county of Grand Prairie.
Yeah, so if that unit gets pulled over and he's hauling gravel. Just,
Well, yeah, you're out of compliance, right?
but
No,
no, it cannot.
it's not an
No,
agricultural
no.
It
product.
won't fit the agricultural
Nothing you
commodity
produce on the
list.
farm.
No, we're talking strictly agricultural commodities like we have in the past. So I think this goes to Amanda's question of, don't you want to know what's going on? So on the smaller stuff where it's 2 loads of topsoil, we thought, well, what are we doing with that? Nothing. Whereas if we've got major agricultural activity, we felt right now we would still like to have an idea on the permitting, and maybe next time I come to you, we're getting rid of it. So we did have that discussion of, should we just abolish it, like Rod said? And right now, we didn't quite feel fully comfortable with that. If that's, I don't know if that makes sense, your guys.
Well, hopefully we don't have to harvest during road bans, but
Well,
a lot of times we seed during.
seed,
road
yep,
bans. And,
Or haul.
or whatever, or
Yep.
moving livestock, you're right? And we don't know where we're going in the morning.
and
And we
that's,
don't know which truck we're gonna use.
And that's why they can permit multiple vehicles, right? So if you have,
So do we just phone in every morning with our list?
no, you don't need to phone in every morning. You would just license that vehicle and that would give you a blanket permit.
Right
during the
through
road
road
ban season for spring.
For seasonal.
First,
So
basically,
you're giving a
seasonal permit.
yeah, it'd be one call and it'd be done. You'd get your permit and it would carry you through whether you're hauling grain on a Tuesday and not on a Saturday, or you're, whatever it is, you've got that number that gets you through the whole road ban season. It doesn't, you don't have to
Okay.
call every time there's a change.
So what's the purpose in that?
Like I say, we felt that there was a bit of,
What do you gain? What does the county gain by doing that permit? Because before I was told you selected roads and there was a reason for it, but now there seems to be no reason for it except to have a hoop to jump through.
Which was basically the system. Most of our larger producers, ag producers, were getting blanket permits for a township, right? Here you go, your farmland's within this township, here's your road permit.
Or 4
Right.
townships,
You
which
can drive anywhere in that township, right? I mean, most people that are hauling seed that are farming in Wembley aren't driving around in La Glace unless they farm in La Glace as well, right?
and
So
often the seed plant.
that's right. There's multiple, yeah.
Okay, so I have 2 more questions here. Councillor Beaupre, please.
So having heard that, what's the rationale behind not charging the agricultural producer to have a blanket permit that allows them basically the whole year? When we're charging individuals to phone in every time they need one? You know, like I appreciate that the agricultural community is feeding the world, but there's a lot of other dollars that are going in to help do other programs as well. And anyway, I'm just gonna leave it at that. You know, even if it's a nominal amount, it makes them actually phone in for the permit, in my opinion.
certainly something that was discussed a little bit. It was, I guess, one of them ones we weren't sure we were touching, so. Yep. So I think it's $35 per.
It's 26, it would be,
Sorry.
sorry, it's $37 if the user or the agriculture entity phones in road data. If the county pays for the permit, like if road data is billing the municipality, they charge us $26. Historically, our permits for agriculture are free, right? We're issuing them, the ladies up front and the operations, they're writing the permit. There's no cost other than internally to do all the work. Yeah, but that was the basis, I think,
That's-
for us.
yeah.
The municipality to absorb the cost of the permits was, right now, we're absorbing that cost.
Right. But we don't see that, we absorb the cost, but we don't see that cost associated anywhere in the budget or any of that type of thing. It's part of your budget, but it doesn't necessarily show up under the assessment. You know, where there's a reduction in the assessment line because there's a reduction in the.
And no, it doesn't, you don't see it. There's, yeah,
Yeah,
right.
it's just
Yep.
right? And it, as you said, it's not a very large amount, but it's still the purpose is that everybody else is paying for the permit and we're asking them to go to this system. Everyone should be treated equal. And if you're only applying once a year, it's not that much of a concern that they should pay for the permit as well.
Like I say, we did talk about it, and I mean, I don't like that this is the way we've always done it to answer, but we just didn't change that as part of this. We're certainly open to some comment and guidance on that one.
Councillor Rosenblum.
Thank you. So when I used to get my permits, I would have to give them every land location I'm either coming to or from. Is that going to still, like, as well as every license plate? And like, it would be like literally a 2-page piece of permit I would be getting. And is that the same idea? Because like, I've got like about 5 or 6 trucks that I'm using. I've got like, there's about 30 quarters I'm headed to in various townships.
So every license plate for sure, but the direction I think from our group meetings was not every specific route, but that's certainly something that we could incorporate very easily.
No, that's a lot of work.
I think she was going, yeah.
It
That's
is,
a
but
lot of
but
work.
it is, I mean, there are municipalities that are route specific, right?
Yeah.
And truck specific, so if you're.
Yeah, well, route specific's tough when it's farming because you're stopping.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice which route you're going necessarily to get to the field that you need to get to seed or to haul cattle to or haul feed to or whatever.
And right now, the group's thoughts were that it would just be license plate specific.
Okay, and it's just once a year then. And as for the payment, like I understand Councillor Beaupre's thoughts on why not, but we do have to remember that this municipality was built on the backs of agriculture originally. That's we have to still understand that the farmers are feeding the world. It is what this whole region was built on, was agriculture. So we do have to have a bit of honor for our agricultural producers. Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't want to open up this whole.
Councillor Zimmerman, please.
So permit, no permit. Is this, if there is no permit, is there enforcement or the sheriffs, whatever, are they gonna start slacking off as far as overweight, checking them for?
No, this makes it easier for them.
Okay,
Yeah, this will make it more efficient for them because they'll get a notification at the same time as everybody else when that gets approved. And so then if they pull somebody over and that's not provided,
I mean farmers, right?
anyone, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Peterson.
So right now, I was just gonna fit, so right now, if an agricultural person got pulled over during road ban season without a permit, they would get a ticket like anyone else. The difference is that permit's free for them and not everyone else right now. Sorry. Right.
So, sorry, this is gonna be the same question over. You probably explained it once and I didn't pick it up yet, so I'm a little slower than the rest. I don't see the point if we're going to approve all these agricultural vehicles, why we would want to get a permit. We're not getting any revenue from it and we don't get, I don't understand the reason. Everybody's approved.
So if he doesn't,
If they send in a piece of paperwork, if they don't, then they're in trouble.
Yep.
And you know, you say maybe it's for information, you're not sure, but we're doing that now, aren't we? We have a permitting system. We have the information. Are we using it for anything?
the biggest difference of abolishing it would be that you could ticket somebody that didn't have a permit. Yep.
We're giving them a little piece of, we're giving them a ticket. It doesn't make any sense to me that just because they didn't go through a hoop, when the hoop adds no value anywhere else in the system, other than there was a hoop to jump and you didn't jump it. You know, and that's how I'm seeing it. And I could be wrong. I just don't understand it yet, but that's what I see is, you know, we can give him a ticket because he didn't jump through the hoop. That is adding no value to anyone. I think. Thanks.
Okay.
So
Like I say, we had a lot of discussion about it too, so I'm not,
One more second.
it's fair game because we had the same discussion, Counselor Peterson, yep.
So, and one more point is that if I understood you right too, it actually, do we not get any revenue? It actually costs us money to do it. So,
It's costing us now it's costing us more now in time and effort, and the
Yeah.
ratepayer is going through a whole bunch of red
so,
tape.
so I do think the system change is an improvement, costing us less,
Yep.
but it, I think the
We
I
will
think the
take that
bigger
under
improvement
advisement.
would be nothing. Thanks.
We will definitely take that point under advisement for sure.
Councillor Beaupre, please. Turn your light on, then you can speak.
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you. Just a question, then I see this is just for information. At what point do you need a motion? Then,
None,
so it's up to you to decide whether to charge or not,
unless you make a,
unless I make the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's what I was.
yeah, we're doing this the same as we did the big change. It's for information so that you're aware if somebody phones in and says, I don't, like being put through to this program, that
Yeah.
you understood what was going on.
Yeah, and I'm similar to Councillor Peterson. I
Either
have no
charge or don't
problem.
do it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's
One
where
of the
my
other.
brain's at right now, is either charge.
Yeah.
Everybody, or don't do the automatics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess that's my comment is that, and I appreciate Councillor Roosevald's historical lesson. I really do, and I do understand it. I mean, that's where I come from. But in the same breath, you look at some of these large farms nowadays, there's still a corporate farm there, and there's a lot of people putting money back in the economy that helps feed others as well. And in fairness to everybody else that's paying taxes, we
It
already-
certainly
we
wouldn't
already
break the
do.
bank for it.
No, that's right. Exactly.
So-
And so I'd like to make that motion that we include that whatever permitting costs
You have to make a
associated
motion to
to
council.
council.
To direct.
Yeah, to direct to council. Sorry, thank you. That council consider a flat fee, annual flat fee for a commercial permit
That basically treat them like cost recovery.
for cost recovery. Yeah.
Because
Because they're only applying for an annual permit versus an individual permit every time they need a permit, right?
Yeah, well, the billing for the permit agency to bill, like if the county was applying for a permit, is $26. If that, agricultural user was to apply directly to road data, it's $37.50 right now.
Okay.
That's their cost. So they just give us a break, right? Because,
So it's cost recovery and it's a one-time thing a year, right?
yeah, so they would just, it wouldn't, if we were gonna have them apply directly and not bill us, it would just be $37.50 annually and they would get their,
Whereas if I had a commercial operation and I needed a permit, I would have to pay $37.50 every
permit.
time that I phone for a permit.
Yeah, yeah. The agricultural one would just be a once per year season thing. If
Right.
that's the way that it went.
So I have a question. If I have a commercial hauler that comes to my yard to haul agricultural product, is he under my permit, annual permit?
he would have to have his
own.
own.
Yep.
Because of his license plate, right? Because of the
So would he
number.
get an annual permit or would he have to call every day?
Every day?
The commercial, yeah, they would probably have to call
No?
daily.
So I don't understand why we just don't say, if you're hauling agricultural product, you're exempt.
That's the discussion.
I mean, what happened, milk, the guy that's hauling milk, not that we have any in the county, but if we had someone, they can haul milk, right? They don't need a permit. So why, if you're hauling barley, you need a permit, or cows? It makes no sense.
Yeah,
Or they're hauling it to Ritchie Brothers, it's a commercial operation. It's a commercial operation that still has to apply.
It has to have a permit, yeah.
To have a permit. All I'm saying is, if you're going to apply a yearly permit, there's a cost associated to the county of Grand Prairie. I don't believe that it should be cost recovery. If it's $37 to an individual farmer once a year.
I think
The person that's hauling equipment for Grant is getting charged, if he needs to be on a county road somewhere, he's getting charged $37 each time he hauls a piece of equipment.
it'll just be easier for the farmers to take down the road ban sign.
You're supposed to be trying to,
I know, we're supposed to recess at 11.
sorry, but anyway, that's my motion, Mr. Chair. That the committee of the whole refer to council to direct administration to include a cost recovery fee for overweight vehicle special yearly permits. It's not overweight.
No, agricultural,
It would be overweight during our road ban.
sorry, yeah.
So
Okay,
they would classify as overweight during our road ban season, right? Because if they're hauling at legal axle weight, or sorry, road ban weights, nobody needs a permit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
But if you want to haul it 100% during 75% road bans, classify as an overweight permit within the municipality, right? They would still be required a permit through the provincial government because the highways will still be at 100%.
Right.
But it would be an overweight within the municipality.
okay.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
I think that.
I think that,
Are you happy with the,
Just a moment. Yeah.
not yearly though, really, it's just a seasonal
It
road
would be
ban.
seasonal.
Yeah,
yeah, that's fine.
seasonal, yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, does anyone care to speak against the motion? Councillor Peterson.
So, you know, as we were talking earlier here, I don't see the point in the whole permit to begin with. And so if all we do is cost recovery, we get somebody to pay something, but it does no benefit to the county of Grand Prairie. All it does is seem like it's imposing a cost on the farmer that does no good to anybody. You know, if there's a reason for the permit, then fine, that I don't understand, but
I would suggest the reason for the permit is that we'd just be treating them like any other hauler. That's, I think the intent behind that is just to say we're treating all of our heavier hauls the same now.
no, we're not.
No, you're not.
We're not doing that.
Still not.
Well, you are,
We're
No.
giving them a blanket pass. You don't do that for everybody
you're-
else.
but on a cost basis, you're treating everyone the same. Just because there's an exemption for agricultural there's differences of hauling equipment versus an agricultural product. You're treating everybody the same from a cost perspective. That, I'm just suggesting that's what I think the intent of that is.
Okay,
I totally understand the difference of the automatic approval. I'm just, yeah.
so we have a motion on the floor that the committee of the whole refer to council. Whatever it says. If you could make it bigger, I could read it.
Told you this wouldn't be as fun as the community garden.
That the committee of the whole refer to council to direct administration to include a cost recovery fee for the agricultural overweight vehicle special seasonal permits. Call the question. Pardon me, Brian Peterson?
Disappointed I hit the wrong button as we've talked about before.
So you're calling change?
We said no to that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Get another opportunity at council. Yeah.
you can actually have a motion to reconsider if you'd like to make one after lunch. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to call the end of that item. And we'll now recess for Resilience Builders Information Center session presented by Alberta Emergency Management Agency.
call the meeting back to order. Next on our agenda is 4.1, proposed playground funding policy, and I'm assuming Christine is going to take this, so I'll go right to Christine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Council. Before I jump into this, I just wanted to thank those councillors that were able to make it to our Reconnect conference on the weekend. It was really great to see you there and to have that support, and hopefully you had good conversations with participants that were attending, and we will be doing a report that we will share just as an information item in the coming weeks. Was also really great to see Devin in this morning with the community garden, and I think everybody appreciated his passion. We are considering putting his name forward for a future ARPA conference presentation, because I think it's a really great success story for the Parks and Recreation world and also for the region here. So I just wanted to share those couple of little pieces. Okay, so today we are bringing back some further information from the September 19th Committee of the Whole meeting, where Norley and I presented the first proposal for a funding policy for playgrounds. We deliberately did not attach the policy here today because we wanted to do another session with you, just soliciting feedback to make sure we're on the right track. And then the idea being that we'll take that and hopefully then drop it into a actual policy and bring that back to a council meeting here within this quarter. So we concluded at the last session that we thought perhaps that two funding streams might be the direction to go. Stream one being playgrounds that are not owned by the county and are not on county land. And we touched on this last time that they would be classified as community playgrounds at schools in the county, where that is the sort of the destination or the main playground for the whole community. Under that stream as well could be school playgrounds in the county that are not the primary destination, and there are other playground resources in that hamlet or residential area. Also, school playgrounds or other playgrounds within other incorporated municipalities that fall within our borders, and also then two playgrounds that are on private land, which might be an ag society or something like the Dimsdale Community Hall. So we did.
Actually,
Sorry, go ahead, just jump in
go
anytime.
ahead, Councillor.
So my concern is that you're giving the same, you're looking at, or potentially looking at giving the same value to playgrounds in other municipalities than we are in our own communities. So I have a problem with giving to another town when we're not even, when we're only giving the same amount to our own communities. Like for the private property, but it's not always private. It's, I guess it's private because it's owned by community groups, but
Right.
But it's still, those are generally outside the scope of, I just have a problem with giving to the town of Wembley playground as I would to one that's wholly within the county, because they don't have an opportunity to get sources from elsewhere.
Great.
Where they have the opportunity to get from their own host community as well as us. So I would like to see them have less funding than our private ones or our community group ones.
For sure, and that's definitely what this session's about, sort of it's exploratory, more so breaking out the streams, but definitely when it comes to the recommendations for funding and the table, that is an open book for conversation and direction to ourselves.
Councillor Beaupre.
I can see where Councillor Roosevelt's going with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I guess maybe we could put some language around the fact that there needs to be a recognition of allocation of funds from that other municipality, and say we would match up to whatever the municipality, right? So that actually makes them have to be responsible to take funding from another municipality, not just use ours and have the municipality say, well, now you've got enough money to go apply for matching funds from a federal or provincial grant. So there actually would have to be the same amount of participation one way or the
They'll
other.
say that here in the policy, what they're suggesting.
Right.
Yeah, in question
But
A.
it's just a matter of- They're still, that means they have the opportunity for double the amount of money than what ours do from municipal governments. So if we
Yeah.
give them up to $25,000, the other town gives them up to $25,000, they've got $50,000 to start with before they even have to look for any other kind of matching grants. Where for ours, if you've only allowed 25,000, then you're not allowed. They have no place else, other municipality to go to ask for those funds. That's my concern. They're usually small.
Julia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually recommend that any infrastructure, whether owned by a municipality or not, within the boundaries of another municipality, be kept out of this policy and be part of negotiations with that municipality, whether the funding is provided directly to the municipality or through that municipality. That local group should be directed to the town, and the request should be coming through that town to us. And we would work with that, because it becomes very muddy because we pay in here, pay in there, and then trying to figure out what's our overall contribution to that particular municipality, right? Combining all the groups becoming difficult to chase, and we're trying to get away from that. So
It
that's why I
becomes
would
part of our
recommend.
ICC discussions.
Yeah.
Right.
Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, thank you. But that leads to another question, like sometimes like, for example, let's use the Catholic School Board, for example, in the county of Grand Prairie, in the area that I represent, the children go to school in Grand Prairie, right? So does that become a request from the school board to the city first, and then it's a between us, or is that, can they still come, or is the suggestion is that they still come to us and ask for that funding?
I would recommend if the playground owned by the school board and where there's kids from the county of Grand Prairie attending those schools, maybe they could come directly to the municipality rather than through the school board, because those playgrounds typically not funded by schools. So it's parents groups usually applying for the grants. But any other playgrounds that just in the community, that they should be coming through that municipality.
Okay,
So
yeah.
the one in the schools, like we know kids going there, right? So that's different. And that typically there is a parent
Parent group.
parents group that is fundraising for it. I think that's different than a general playground located in the middle of Wembley, for example, right?
Okay.
So,
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make
and maybe we could clarify that. So if it is schools that students from the county attending, then that would be different treatment.
Deputy Harris.
So since my term sitting on council, we've been asked to replace playgrounds that are basically having to be replaced because of lack of maintenance. So I'm just wondering if there's going to be a maintenance part to this policy and the responsibility for maintenance and even funding for maintenance in this policy, because I think it's important. We just can't put up a playground and walk away for 10 years and expect it to survive. Thank you.
Okay, carry on, Christine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a point, we definitely heard last time about the ICF agreements, how that should be the pathway. I guess the scenario just cropped up. Then what happens if it's a 3-year ICF agreement and then a group comes forward and says, hey, I want to build a playground in Wembley? Are you thinking, Julia, that would still go through the town and it could come as a kind of midterm request? Would that?
Because we have a meeting once, typically we have an annual check-in with those
Okay.
groups just to see if there's any changes and stuff.
Okay. So that would sort of satisfy what we had as a question here for about the ICFs and then that matching component as well. So I'm hearing that that would be something you would like to see. Did we want to look at the values in that first table? Maybe Councillor Roosevelt, you felt that 25,000 was too low for the private
Well, I just
threshold?
Councillor Roosevelt.
just as an example, I know the one group that applied in our area. They applied for matching grant so at the point they had their quotes for $54,000 or $52,000. We gave them $25,000 approximately. And it came in at, because our quotes have to be in August for building the next year, the actual cost was $64,000. So they had to come up with that extra, which they did. Don't be wrong, they did. But it's just a matter of, it's smaller, it's more difficult for these small community groups to be able to do this. And they've still got the passion and they're trying to improve their community. So I just think we need to encourage our own community groups that are fully within the county, because they're the ones that are trying to improve our county, not just take advantage of. They are actually trying to improve it. So I think it would be nice if it was a little higher, just knowing the cost of what some of these are now.
Right.
And just watching that creep up there in costs. So I would suggest yes.
For sure. So maybe placing that one at 50 is up to
Well, it should be the
same
as schools.
the schools. Yeah. Yep. Okay. And I should mention too, certainly we always foresaw within the policy having a sort of flexibility clause where council retains the right to provide, support at their discretion, or if something didn't meet the policy, just in case we missed something first time around. So there still would be that option wherever we land with these numbers.
Councillor Beaupre.
I guess my question would be, how do we manage the expectations from some of these groups? Because a lot of them, I remember one in specifically in one of the previous councillors' divisions came in and we gave them $75,000 because it was different and it was going to support more than a certain age group and things like that. And from there, we gave that kind of money. But in the other school groups that came, we had a policy around 25,000 and that's what we gave them. So again, there's nothing that's consistent and or a consistent scope, I guess. So I'd like to see some kind of a policy that says, we'll give up to $25,000 for a playground that looks like X, that kind of thing. And if you want to build anything outside of that, please be aware that it's going to cost you, the group you doing it, to build something that's exceeds that building scope or whatever. If you want to fundraise for something different, this is what we can give based on the footprint or the scope of the project. I think that that's an issue, is we have individuals that are with the best intentions building these things, whether it's parent groups or community groups, but they may not necessarily understand the costs associated with them. And when the costs overrun, in some instances, they come back looking for more money from county or municipality.
I just sent you a picture of like that $64,000 playground.
Deputy Harris.
Thanks. So I think another thing that should be considered is usage of the potential playground. So is it going to be used 5 days a week, 7 days a week, 1 day a week, 1 day a year? Like we have to evaluate that as well.
Okay.
So, and people want a playground there, but maybe it's used just for one event a year. Makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Just to speak to Councillor Beaupre's reference there, within further down the body of the report, please, Tatiana, we did include some approximate costing for different types of playgrounds that have been, I guess, part of the new draft for the county design standards. So within that, they're saying, if it was a full-size school site, you're probably looking at $250,000. The community parks could come in and around the same. Neighborhood playgrounds, maybe about 150,000, and then local park playgrounds, 100,000. So there's sort of some kind of tiered reference points or expectations that we would definitely embed within the policy as well, so that people have a really good idea before they start out what that might look like.
So I do have a question here with regards to the funding requests for the 75, 50, 25, 25. Just looking for clarity here. So community playgrounds at schools in the county, are those like the Bezanson, La Glace, Valhalla ones?
Yes.
And then the school playgrounds in the county, those would be like Wembley, Beaver Lodge, at the schools in those communities.
Yeah, like Whispering Ridge, yeah.
Well, Whispering Ridge is in the county, right?
Oh, sorry, yes.
So, yeah, I'm just looking for where the delineation is, which one, because it doesn't really, it said they're both school playgrounds in the county, but which one is which? So, okay, no, that makes sense to me. Thanks. Councillor Zimmerman.
Okay, back at you then. Let's say Dimsdale by the hall, they want a playground. How much?
That would fall under they own the land at Dimsdale, so that would be under D, the what we're calling private land. So based on Councillor Roosevelt's recommendation, moving that up to 50,000 as a maximum.
50,000.
Yes.
And I would agree with that concept myself. I'm not sure what the rest of the group is thinking. So what Councillor Roosevelt, like that first one, the playground projects on private land, so like Dimsdale Hall or those ones would be up to 50,000 instead of 25. Because they only have one funding source typically through the county from a municipal standpoint, right?
Do you agree with that or you disagree? I missed what you said.
I agree. I agree with that concept. Counselor
I just
Oswald.
think there's one just little clarification that should be put in there. It shouldn't say private land, it should say community group land.
Okay,
Because if you put private land, then you're gonna get all sorts of people potentially coming and asking for playground.
Does that mean I get funding for
True.
my playground to build for my
Exactly, you know
grandkids?
what I mean? It's just,
Yeah.
just for a clearer definition of what that is. So just,
no, thank you for that clarification.
yeah.
We don't need to go there.
Counselor Beaupre.
So how do we mitigate the organizations or communities now that, like I look at in my division, for example, the Taylor Estates, the developer is required to put in a certain amount of them and then we replace them as we have accepted them on their life cycle. But we have several pieces of MR and other multi-family subdivisions that some of them are looking at that we should be actually putting playgrounds there. Are we going to assess the area to say, yes, we want to, or no, we're not allowing them to, because it's still county owned land. But I think we have a policy, if I remember correctly, on remnant MR pieces and things about potentially putting them up for sale to release some of the property that's sitting out there doing nothing.
We did identify that in stream 2 under the brand new as we put in the word suitable municipal reserve. If it was a brand new one.
Okay.
I might have to look to my colleague to speak to, because I think there are some population densities too that would trigger whether or not a playground would be added to an existing subdivision. I know we did have a request, I think, from Mystic Ridge. They didn't have appropriate, they're all 3-acre parcels, I think, but they didn't have an appropriate piece of MR. And we did talk to the folks in planning about it, that was never intended that people with lots that size, it wasn't an expectation, but I don't know if you want to speak to that, Reid. Thanks.
Sure. Go ahead, Reid.
Through the chair. So within the county's design guidelines, there are criteria for what types of playgrounds go into what types of neighborhood, and that is based on the expected population and children's age to ensure that we're putting playgrounds where they would be efficient and utilized. I don't have those numbers directly in front of me. However, we will also be looking at those as part of the MDP review, simply because we were reviewing the guidelines documents and we are looking to put them in the MDP so that they are somewhere more accessible to people looking to develop, and also so that they are more firmly enforceable.
Yeah, because I'm looking at MR in my subdivision and it's all bush. I mean, there's some trails and stuff through there, but most people, including myself, I mean, I built playgrounds in my own yard for my kids. And most people with young families up there have their own playgrounds in like gym systems in their yards. So,
You know, Mr. Chair, I think that perception has changed. My subdivision is seeing a renewal of younger people with younger kids. And I've had that request as well to find the MR land in the Dunes subdivision for a playground. You know, so even though I'm of the opinion you have 3 acres or 3.5 acres, that's your responsibility to be able to build playthings, structures for your kids on your property. Having said that, some of the MR land, I believe, has already been used for trail systems in the Dunes area as well. So there is a certain amount of recreation that's already being provided in different areas.
and there is a grant program within the ZMR for those subdivisions. I believe it's only $1,000 or something, if I'm correct,
Improvements,
for
minor
improvements to that MR.
But you have to
So-
find the MR first. That's the other part. Right? Some of it's not quite so visible.
Well, someone obviously they abscond it to their own use, fence it.
I've seen that before too. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry. Okay. Carry on, Christine.
Okay, so that was essentially, stream 1 was dealing with playgrounds sort of owned, operated by other people or schools in that regard. And then stream 2 being more so requests for new builds on MR or upgrades to existing playground equipment, which we did here at one point from Wedgwood, we're thinking that way, or maybe to add a second alternate playground, which could be a sports court. Or ultimately, if they felt that they wanted early replacement of a playground prior to our determination of that lifespan of the structure, then that's where the application would fall through stream number 2. And there were we thought that there would be maybe room for slightly higher allocation of capital for these. It still allows the groups to leverage it, but because it would be an asset of the counties and our land going forward, that the county might have more of an appetite for sort of investing in infrastructure that's ultimately will be our own into the future. So that's why the thresholds there for each option, we had tentatively put it the $75,000 in the second table.
Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, and maybe I should be reading a little bit further, but we had this conversation before about community groups making investments of infrastructure on our property, county-owned property. And my understanding is that they also have to carry liability insurance for that. Is that, we don't talk about that anywhere in this policy, do we?
They would have to, through the chair, would have to carry liability insurance for the construction of the project, but not once it's complete. Yeah, once it's complete, it falls under our risk management program. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because there seemed to be some confusion, I believe, from one of the groups that presented that they were going to have to have ongoing liability insurance for playground equipment or improvements on our property.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Carry on, Christine.
And so ultimately, that sort of, I guess, does that rationale seem fair to everyone, that because it's going to be an asset that we might want to invest a little bit more, but still have some leveraging flexibility? So that's would be ultimately could be funded out of their capital funds that we do at this time of year, or ultimately to municipal reserve was established for the improvements of spaces such as this. So funds could be drawn from either or, and that's what we did do whenever council decided to fund the Wedgwood Sports Court. It actually came out of MR. So, and I believe Julia and our, I think, legislative services team are doing some work around local improvement fees. So that's not in place right now, but that could be also perhaps a possible funding source depending on how that lands in the future. What we did feel were outside of this policy were county-owned playground assets, existing ones on MR or else in campgrounds where they're at the end of their life cycle and they need to be replaced. It should be noted we don't have an asset management plan in place for our playgrounds at this point in time, so we would have to draw from MR or general capital reserve for that, but it is something we anticipate working on in the future with our new asset manager.
So question around that, Christine, like in the future, I mean, see, these really should be lasting 30 years if they're well maintained and stuff, or longer depending. But it's even an evaluation at that point, no different than what we saw with Wedgwood come in. They'd rather have a sport court versus a playground. So I think we need to have some flexibility maybe within that to look at what is relevant at the time. It may not necessarily be a playground, but it may be something different, right? Think times change and it could be something totally different. That's a requesting. Councillor Beaupre.
Yeah, just for clarification, the developer already put playgrounds in there. They have them in a couple of locations, so they were looking for something for older children to be able to do. So yeah, the flexibility to identify the need within the community as part of recreation, I guess, is what you're.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, and through the chair, yes. So I would see that as being, you know, that maybe we build in something around community consultation rather than it being something prescriptive, which we had talked about internally as well. So we can include that. And then, oh yeah, the other scenarios whereby would not be in this policy. So as we said earlier, the new residential subdivision development, that's all part of what's required through our design standards. Or if there was an emergent situation warranting total replacement of the structure. So we were actually pretty lucky out in Riverview Pines. The fire came very, very close to the structure and sort of a warming shack they have there for the little ice surface. So that would be something we'd obviously pursue through our insurance first. And then also to, if, you know, in the future, we're not there yet, but if council decided to take a position about accessibility of playgrounds for peoples with different physical and cognitive challenges, then there could be future direction there. Or maybe we want to move to a position of providing a certain type of surfacing as well. So at this point in time, we were acknowledging those scenarios, but we do not feel we need to sort of build it in right there at this point. So yeah, I think ultimately our question B was yes, really just around that, is that 25 to 75,000 range for either of those streams? Is it enough at this point in time that council is comfortable with?
I think with, okay, the 25 is still playgrounds and other municipalities, yeah. Yeah. And the other one was up to 50,000 for the community groups.
75, so we could certainly bring that back within that range and yeah, incorporate the feedback that we've had today here and then bring that back to, depending on how confident we're feeling, whether we'll bring it to committee of the whole or to council and for further input. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is for Reid. So in the community standards, then will some of the discussion we've had today reflect, you know, like we talk about playgrounds for a certain age group, but the flexibility to be able to put in a sports court or something along that line, will that also be reflected in the community standards versus just a play structure?
Through the chair, it will be more detailed engagement when we get to that step in the process, because some of the feedback we've heard is things like rural areas wanting better access to playgrounds. And so we need to look at potentially a different approach to how those standards are written and flexibility to accommodate those things. And so considering things like sports fields and play courts can certainly be part of that conversation.
Thank you.
Because even looking at the outdoor ice surfaces, the grant program we have within that, like we need to look at a more holistic recreation, I think, within those communities.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christine. So moving on to 4.2, proposed improvements to county's recreational use stormwater ponds. I think that's right back to you.
It is indeed.
Do we need a motion on that? Sorry.
It's up. I guess we can maybe just edit the motion to say to take the feedback and I don't bring it back to a future meeting. I think we had that in there already. Sorry. Let's go back. Let's come back to Cow again. I appreciate the more informal setting for feedback.
So the committee of the whole refer to administration to draft a policy on playground funding based on feedback provided by committee of the whole to present a policy at a future committee of the whole for council's review. I have Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne that the committee of the whole refer to administration to draft a policy on playground funding based on the feedback provided by the committee of the whole and present a policy at a future committee of the whole meeting for council's review. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. I did sign in. Okay, I'm in favor. Okay, I'm gonna sign in here again, just 4.2, carry on, Christine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So back in April of 2023, the department had brought back a report on the previous winter's recreational use of the stormwater ponds in the winter. And we had identified a couple of areas of concern. And so a motion was made to address and mitigate the risks identified in our report and to bring it forward before the upcoming winter season, which is why we're here today. Ultimately, our goal is to ensure volunteer success with these pond programs and ultimately to mitigate the potential risk. So we have developed 4 enhanced components to the program to really improve the volunteer experience and then also manage the risk better. So the first one being a start up and wrap up virtual volunteer meeting. So we had done a little bit of this last winter, but we want to formalize it, get that date out, get it booked for everyone, and just to share expectations and ultimately how the whole program will work from a holistic perspective. And so we will make sure that attendance is mandatory for at least one person from the volunteer group from each pond. If it comes down to a scheduling issue, we will book one-on-one meetings, but we really just want that opportunity to set out very clear expectations. The second one will be making a little bit of a pivot with our volunteer training. The first year, and last year, we brought an outfit up to from Southern Alberta that were specialized in ice testing and safety. We've since established some connections through General Manager Martin with the Technical Search and Rescue. They have a nice rescue team. So we feel comfortable at this point having them do a session outdoors with our volunteers in December. And again, mandatory that one person from the group will participate in that practical session. The third one being we are going to be more proactive and make it easier for volunteers with our reporting mechanisms for the ice depth testing, because we identified last time that it was very infrequent, if at all, from some groups. So we will be assigning one member of our team to push out a Microsoft form. They just simply can fill it in off their phone. It all falls back into a database for ourselves, and that we'll be monitoring and making sure that that cycle is complete as a minimum of at least, I think it's every 2 weeks. There's sort of that fine line between if you're testing too frequently, then you're creating more holes than is optimum. But at the same time, if there's ever at that 20-degree swing in temperatures, we can also push out a request to report on the ice depth. A fourth tool will be measuring volunteer.
Actually, I do have a question.
Go
just
ahead.
before you
Yeah.
carry on,
Christine,
Counselor.
is there any penalty for them not, if all of a sudden it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or they start repeatedly doing this? Are we gonna have a penalty? Like, is it in there? I don't see it.
Yes, well, I guess we didn't include that level of detail, but no, there will be a follow-up, definitely a conversation, from the person, the administration that's handling it, probably escalated with myself and or someone from our regional enforcement, just to provide a little bit more weight to it. And, the worst case scenario, just like with the volunteer training or some of the other components, we could close a pond, but, if it was that our concern was that high, obviously there could be some potential ramifications for that in the community setting. But at the same time, that was something we heard very clearly from council was, as a gentleman that came in here last year and said, we'll do anything to keep using the ponds. Well, you had your first winter of supposedly following the program. That didn't happen very well. So we are upping the ante, and that will be part of that startup meeting, which I will definitely be a part of as well, and be very clear about reminding them of what their original commitment was, because that's what I believe council made the decision based on that.
Councillor Koenig.
Mr. Chair, are the same people still there?
Yes, by and large, yeah,
Yeah.
that's our understanding, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I understood that maybe one was missing that was here asking about it, but maybe not. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Councillor Peterson.
I think if they're not following the proper procedures, they leave us at a lot of risk. And that, at the most one morning and then close it. We've given them the flexibility to be able to do this. We expect them to mitigate the risk for us. And if they don't want to do that, then we shouldn't carry forward with the project. And that's my thoughts.
And for myself, just before I go to Deputy Harris, they convinced me because of the liability and my concern around those ponds, they convinced me that they would be diligent and take ownership of it. So if they're not doing that, then my concerns elevate again, and whether I would support this moving ahead with it. So Councillor Deputy Harris.
So have we consulted them on the process and the rules? Because are we asking for things that are onerous on them, that are unnecessary, or are these just, we laid these rules down and they haven't followed them?
No, these are very similar to how we began last winter season, because we did have that testing requirement. These are sort of just enhanced requirements with a slightly firmer thumb on what's happening with these particular community groups. So that will be shared at the startup meeting. There's nothing radically different in here that we weren't asking for last year. It's just maybe some
When
of the
they agreed
processes were a little
to-
more
When they
onerous.
came in, did they not?
Yes.
They agreed to these
The
measures with
testing,
you?
yes.
And it
everything.
wasn't, but I, to what Deputy Harris is saying, have we worked with them to say, this is the good program and we will abide by it, and they're not abiding by it?
That's how I guess we entered into last year, because they were all very relieved that the program was open. We haven't engaged with them yet this year, pending feedback from the session here today. This will be the go forward direction that we'll be using with them.
I really, did we do like a final wrap up last year and talk to him about it?
Yes.
Think you were a bad boy, you didn't do this right? Or did we get feedback why they didn't do it right?
We did have a verbal debrief with each of them. We didn't do a report card last year. That was not in place. That is a new item here, number 4. But we will be having that conversation with them one-on-one before we commence into this season.
Yep,
This
I looked at the
season?
report and I think it's a good idea that they do that. So I encourage you to go forward with the program and make sure that they're following it properly.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And through the chair, I think actually Devin gave a really great example whenever he did that in the first year or two of his community garden, whenever there's vandalism, and he said to them, you know, people can't have nice things or something like that. And he said, I will pull this garden right out of here. And it was a little bit of a short, sharp shock for the community, but it seemed to work in his case. And again, he had to have to go there with a group, and I'm sure there'd be, Leslie's would be very busy with in her reputation management role, but at the same time, we would not want to, you know, it might not be a bad reality check for some people if we had to, the hammer had to come down. Yeah.
Prefer not to, but.
Yeah.
Councillor Peterson.
So I would prefer not to too, but I think it's essential. They are mitigating our risk. If they're not doing it, then, I mean, it's the only way we approve it is that they mitigate that risk by testing, correct? So, and if they're not doing that,
yeah,
it's done, you know, until they can come up with a process that works and that they're reliable. You know, and I do think that you shut it down for a week or two if you have to, and I hope we don't have to do that because they're testing regularly. But if we did, I think you get a change of attitude. And if you don't get a change of attitude, then maybe it's permanent, you know. But I think that's an important portion of our process.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree 100%. I think last year was our trial year in that regard, and we were always going to come across some bugs and kinks, and we gave them a fair opportunity to live up to everything that they said in front of you here in chambers, and they didn't. So we're very much, I think, within our realm to come back with a more structured program.
Yeah, I mean, it's like anything, whether you have kids, coaching, school, you set the boundaries and you adhere to the boundaries, because if you don't, the boundaries mean nothing. Then they'll do whatever they want.
Yeah. And there were definitely boundaries last year. Just we were certainly disappointed that what we heard wasn't what we saw whenever it came to the season.
Councillor Zimmerman.
Skating on a pond is cool. It's fun. Do we have people from Grand Prairie coming out and doing it on our ponds? I just wondered.
Through the chair, I would imagine there are some people that visit friends and family. Hey, I live out in Whispering Ridge. Come out, we'll have a little skate party and then a barbecue after, probably. But we don't have any way at this point to measure that. Maybe in the future from our data project, we might be able to find a way to capture that, but not at this time.
Councillor Beaupre said, I mean, people from the county I've done have gone skating on the Muskosipi Pond.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I just wondered the rest of them, like, for example, in Claremont there. But
Councillor Peterson.
Just another different question now, finally, for you, is what are they using to drill or to test? What's their hole? Because you were talking about drilling too many holes would weaken the ice. So kind of trying to visualize what they're using.
Through the chair, I don't know exactly myself. I'd imagine it's some sort of a drill or auger. Our field staff that would be able to answer that, they're out auditing playgrounds today, unfortunately. But I can't say what tool. I could definitely find out for you and share that after the meeting.
Thanks.
Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are infringements on the rules and the regulations that were set out for them. Were they confronted at the time that they were identified, or did this just come to light at the end of the year and they just compiled them and said these weren't taking place?
There were, through the chair, there were some deficiencies identified at the time. I think the members of our team that were assigned to that, we were sort of learning as we went as well a little bit. So I think we'll be a lot more responsive and proactive about identifying where's your report. It wasn't back within the time frame required. We need your report.
So these people that weren't doing their job weren't confronted whatsoever then? This is what my understanding is what you're saying is you took notes but didn't actually go to them and say, hey, you're not stepping up.
Not at the level we would want to do it this winter. We were sort of learning as we went as well. So it was an additional, a new program. And there are a couple of people had their hands in it, whereas one person's going to be assigned to it this year going forward.
Okay, so part of this actually rests on our shoulders as well. It's not doing our job to maintain our rules and our regulations based upon what they wanted, right? Like we set out the rules and in fact, they didn't follow them, but we didn't even enforce it. So really it's kind of a lot of stuff that we're accusing people or making mention of, or however you want to put it, that really rests on our shoulders for not going and doing our part.
Yeah, no, through the chair, there's definitely mutual responsibility that way for sure. And our commitment is tightening that up. I think we wanted to be flexible to a degree because there were new processes for people, but at the same time, always being hopeful that they would live up to their word, which we didn't happen. And we're very comfortable tightening things up going into this winter season.
Councillor Peterson.
So it's ironic you use the words "we hoped," and I read a book and the whole book is "Hope is not a strategy." And we don't need to hope for things that are really important. We need to make sure that they happen. So, and that testing is really important portion of that whole program. So I hope we no longer hope for that to happen.
Through the chair, yes, we did do an evaluation internally and it was identified that your direction wasn't given through the channels of those responsible for the program. And as I said, there was a couple of people had their hands in bits of it, and that will be rectified this year.
Thanks, Christine.
Okay. And so we were just talking about the report card there. So the fifth step is also keeping a better visual inspection with our field staff whenever they're out and about in those areas so that we can report back to whether we feel the groups are being compliant. That was happening sort of informally last year, but again, we feel that it would be an extra step and level of oversight that our department will be able to provide this year. So that's essentially what we are suggesting or recommending, that we seek direction from council to implement the additional enhancements for this upcoming season and then bring back a report at the end of the second quarter, somewhere in there in 2020-24. Thank you.
Okay, so looking for a motion from council here with regards to that. Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll motion option 1.
Excuse me. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman. The committee of the whole refer to council to direct administration to implement the proposed improvement to the recreation use of stormwater ponds program for the 2023-2024 winter season as presented, and bring back a report on a committee of the whole meeting in the second quarter of 2024. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. So with regards to 4.3 community halls, internet connectivity, General Manager Gabriel.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. So council made a motion back in March to direct administration to bring back information on the pilot project for internet connectivity at community halls within the county. So this RFD was prepared collaboratively with Information Systems, Parks and Rec, and Economic Development Planning Departments. So we've provided this information. So of the 18 county funded halls, so we did a review of those, and you can see there's a list of 7 of them already connected to the internet, and their information of who their provider is, their monthly costs, and some of their comments as well that you can see there. There is 11 halls that are not yet connected, and you'll see those listed in the second table, and some comments for those that responded to that inquiry as well. Some considerations, I guess, for council of why might halls want to connect. Some of the items there were for administrative purposes, booking rentals, communicating with board members, for hall rental users to access internet for Zoom meetings, for hall access for public Wi-Fi, and for running point of sale devices. There's also some considerations of why halls might not wish to connect. They might not have a purpose for it or happy with their status quo. Volunteer operators who are unfamiliar with the internet, or they don't see a value of having internet service relative to the scale of their hall operations, or they've chosen deliberately not to have internet service to encourage more in-person interaction. So we've also included some costs for connectivity. Halls that might be near fiber, those costs would be $5,000 to $10,000 to get hardwired in. The other option there is for Starlink. You can see the rates there, regular price at $760, so just under $1,000 to get connected. And sometimes they offer that discounted rate as well of $199. And then you can see the various different monthly rental or internet costs there, depending on the level of service that they wish. So ongoing internet connectivity would cost between $100 and $200 a month. So we've added some costs there and some benefits. Of course, this would financially support halls with existing internet in a way, equitable way, and provide an incentive for halls without internet to implement it at a subsidized rate. During the pilot program, some of the challenges would be if financial support is provided for internet subscription service, does this create an expectation that the county will continue to fund the halls at this level beyond the 1-year pilot, if that's what council chooses? And does the subscription funding need to be multi-year to ensure it's sustainable for a hall to add internet fees to its operating budget? So I've got Erin in the room as well as Christine, if there's any questions relating to some of these items, and it's with this information up to council to decide if they want to pursue a program based on this information.
Thank you. Deputy Ferris.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question on the 11 halls. Did all of them respond to your questions?
I don't believe they all responded, no. So the comments there are from the ones that did respond.
Yeah, so some of them might have it. We don't know. They never responded or they don't care.
That I'm not sure. Christine, can you add anything further to that? Because I believe that's the survey that Norley sent out.
Through the chair, yes, just as GM Gabriel said, that we did try to connect with them a couple of times to get feedback on that. So that was our best information that we were able to bring forward, was what they responded in the table. It's in the report.
Okay. So did all of them respond or not?
No, sorry, they did not. They did not all respond because those are the ones that have nothing in the comment box. But we do know that they're not connected, to our best understanding, that they're not connected to the internet and they have no comment.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Zimmerman.
So we were talking Starlink originally. I mean, I see what you've got here. If they got fiber to their doorstep, it's gonna be another 1,000 to what, 7,000, 5,000? Why wouldn't we just go Starlink to all of them? We know what the price is. There's no wild price like this 7 or 16.5 or 23,000, the total cost. And just give them so much every year towards it. It'll help them pay their
So yeah, that's what council would need to decide if they're, because some are already connected. How are we, providing that equality to all the community halls across the board? As well, there's an option there that our recommendation would be, a one-time $1,000 flat rate to the halls already connected, and then a $500 connection fee as well as $1,000 flat rate to cover the subscription costs, just to add some consistency across the board. So
So that's where I'm confused. You, to people that are already connected, you're gonna give them how much? $2,500 then?
1,000,
Just 1,000?
just to offset some of their costs for already having connected to the.
And then if you haven't got any, but you want to get it, how much?
500 plus 1,000.
So you have $1,500. Yeah, I guess.
But then is that ongoing, or we tried in a one-time? Those that don't have internet, we were recommending that they would opt in and apply. So some of the halls might still not want to connect, whether we're gonna pay
Right.
for it
Yeah,
or not,
let them
right?
do
So
it.
it's still their choice. So they would have the option then to apply under the program and say, we'd like to get connected. So this would help them get there. So.
So I don't, can I still talk? Yeah. I don't know everybody, what the council says, but I was thinking, given that same amount of money every year, right? With
Which
the
amount of money?
1,000 or the 500, whichever, I guess you're not installing anymore, but to help, amount of money to help pay
For
their,
ongoing internet.
their subscription or whatever. Exactly how much? I don't know. What would you give them?
Okay, I don't know.
They could use it for it or they don't have to.
Well, the program would be for them to have internet. If they don't want internet, they don't get the program.
Okay.
Like if you don't want internet, why are we giving them an extra $1,500 to their hall if they don't want internet?
I just figured.
Like this is an internet program to provide the hall with access to internet.
I thought it would be fair that everybody would get the same, but whichever way you guys want to go,
Okay, Councilor Roosevelt next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that it should be an ongoing, I think, if we have that opportunity to do that. Because I do understand the pilot, see how it goes, get that, make sure they're all aware that it's a pilot. And then if that doesn't work, then they have to make the choice whether they want to keep it or not if we discontinue it. But if we do continue with it, I do believe it should be some kind of an ongoing help for them. This could help some of these small halls become sustainable because I know that like the one that I help, I at regularly, they are trying to rent it to oil companies for safety meetings, things like that. They need that internet because they're in an area there's no cell service. So that makes it a challenge them for that as well. And so I do believe that would help a lot of these smaller halls, especially have that sustainability factor. I have a quick question for Christine. How did you connect with these halls? Because I just went through a year's worth of emails for like the Silverwing Hall one, and there's no email in there. So I'm just curious as to how you tried to connect with them because obviously it didn't get to the right people.
Through the chair, I can't speak to that myself. It was Nora Lee that was tasked with this and she's on vacation at the moment, so.
Okay, I just know, like I said, I just went through a year's worth of emails and I don't see any kind of contact from the county to do with that. I have lots from Miriam to do with other stuff, but nothing to do with this kind of a survey because I'll guarantee they would have filled it out.
Councilor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, if those that haven't got the service, require service, we're going to potentially give them a $500 upgrade to upgrade software or hardware or whatever, and then $1,000 to help with the subscription costs. Is that a one-time? Is that right?
Yeah, that's what we're recommending, a
Okay.
one-time hardware of $500 and $1,000 for.
But typically, if you buy hardware or get a reduced rate on hardware, it comes with a requirement of a subscription for a certain amount of years, right? Not just 1 year. So are we setting them up to have to pay for the other 2 years?
Correct.
So that's my only concern.
Good point.
Through the chair, I think, Erin, you did the work on the internet piece. If you wouldn't mind speaking to that, thank you.
Sorry, if it is that way, I'd rather see us pay for the whole 3 years. And then they can opt out or opt in after that kind of thing.
Go ahead, Aaron. Oops, red is hot.
If they go with Starlink, there is no lock-in. you have to buy the hardware and then you can end your subscription at any time. Yeah.
And Starlink seems to be the most effective, from even the comments, it's the most effective one out here. One is going to it, and the one that has it has nothing but glowing comments about it, so. Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thanks. So what I'd like to see is $500 towards new or upgraded service. And then for 3 years, have $1,000 towards the subscription for the years 24, 25, 26. That's what I'd like to see in the plan.
Councillor Beaupre.
Just a question with the $500 hardware purchase. Is that realistic for Starchoice or Starlink? Because I think that's for a personal internet, right? Isn't there one for a more of a commercial?
It won't quite cover it if, because the hardware is around $760, but it's frequently on sale for $200. And you might need some extra cables or a pole to mount it, so it doesn't quite cover the Starlink hardware.
But isn't that personal? Like if you
Yeah, the
apply
residential,
under
yeah.
a society or something like
And-
that, they may charge you more, right?
They would just get the residential. It's yes.
Okay, that was my question.
It's the level of service you're paying for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not what.
Councillor Zimmerman.
So, if they get the residential, then they can't move it, right?
They can upgrade their plan.
To move it.
There's we put 3 different plans in there. Usually everybody just keeps the base plan, but depending on what you want to do, you can change your plan from month to month and pay more to get faster speeds guaranteed. So if they say had a big event or something where they knew there's going to be a whole bunch of people on the internet, they could always bump it up for that month and then go back down. You just do it online.
That's perfect. The only thing I was wondering if we should be looking at trying to put something there to restrict them, you know, so that somebody at that hall doesn't take it on holidays, right? Because I'm serious. You know that's gonna happen. Yeah.
Have it mounted or.
Right. We don't want to see that, right? That. But I mean, people will, you know, they're gonna try.
Yeah, most likely they hopefully mount it on the roof or somewhere where it's fixed there. So I guess we could put a clause in or something about having it stay there.
Okay.
Councillor Beaupre.
So that brings up another question. If they're going to mount it, and then it's wireless, is it to some sort of a router inside the hall? Is that how that works?
It is if they want there's a piece of equipment inside and then there's the satellite outside and it comes with both pieces. And if they had more complex, say hardwired PCs inside, I don't know if they have any that kind of setup. They would need more network equipment, but if it's just wireless, then those 2 pieces would be all they need.
So it's nice that we're going to offer them money, but are we also going to offer them our expertise about how to setting it up? Because that might be another issue, right? Sorry.
I didn't see it in the proposal, but I guess that could always be something we could offer.
So I've heard it's actually for residential, it's pretty easy, but I'm putting it into a hall or something like that where they need, where it's hardwired, stuff's hardwired or not, or whatever, you know, again.
And we do have a contractor we've been using to install ours just because he does them all the time and it frees up some time for our staff. So we could always get him to install it and give them an overview, or we could come to one and kind of show them how to reset it or how to.
Sure. I think we need to offer them that expertise as well.
Councillor Peterson.
So I recently just installed the one at Spring Lake Ski Hill. And so the 2 pieces, but you do have to go through the wall or the roof or somewhere to put your wireless equipment inside and then the receiver on the roof or wherever.
But it is hardwired between the Your.
Yeah, there's a hard wire goes from the screen down to the router.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then from there, it's wireless from there.
Councillor Krennic.
Yeah, I think I'd like to set up a committee and let Mr. Harris do that, saying he was involved with electronics a long time ago. I think he'd be very good at that.
We can set it up.
Yeah.
So we do have, what's the recommendation, Council Rosewold?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move kind of option one, but with the 3-year option rather than 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what modified, okay. So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Rosewold that the committee of the whole recommend council to include the 2024 community hall connectivity incentive program in the 2024 interim budget operating assistance facilities as follows. One-time 1,000 flat rate amount awarded to community halls for existing internet service. One-time hardware purchase incentive of $500 during pilot program and $1,000 flat rate per. Three-year, one-time $500 flat rate amount awarded to county halls for new or existing internet service. 3-year pilot program incentive to the amount of $1,000 per year, 24, 25, 26. To cover the internet subscription cost for community halls based on application to opt in.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, no,
So it would be upgrade or install. For that one-time 500 flat rate. Oh, you got it.
Newer
Newer
existing.
existing. For newer existing. But I think they need to upgrade, because if they've already got it, there's no sense paying for it, but upgrading, yes.
well, I think some of the discussion was that we want to, the ones that have it,
Keep it fair.
then we want to give them something to offset their existing costs. Because if we're giving it to someone else,
Yeah.
it's not fair to the ones that have, sort of like when TELUS, oh, somebody else's. Deputy Harris.
No, that's fine. So if they already have it and choose not to upgrade, they still get the $500 in the first year plus the $1,000 for subscription.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, and if they want to improve it, so I agree with that.
Okay.
And it's on an application basis only. We just don't give it out to everybody. They have to apply.
Or Councillor Beaupre, sorry.
Thank you. Just wondering about 5 Mile Hall. What's presently out there? I mean, we have a tenant in there.
Right, and through the chair, that was kind of one of a suggestion I was going to make to the motion as well, is that to identify that there are, rather than just community halls in general, one that we are calling either listed community halls or approved community halls, because we're talking about the ones that already get operating assistance.
Yeah.
5 Mile Hall doesn't, because it's a county owned facility and it's leased out, so that's why it didn't show up on the chart
It
here.
should be within the lease agreement if we're going to do something like that.
So that could go either way.
So that it should be county funded community hall.
Yeah, county funded, yeah.
Okay.
So just not the first line, touch out
But
the first. row.
having said that, even though there's a lease in it, a leasee in it, they're trying to make money as well, right? So that the hall is successful. Do you know what their situation is? Do they have internet
I
service
think they
They
do
must,
actually in
for
my
meetings.
previous conversations with Paul.
with Paul? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure that at least they've had the ability to. So.
Yeah.
Actually, I've been to a meeting there where they had it was a Teams, so they must have some solution.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor
County funded, yeah.
and it has been modified again. Councillor Rosewold.
Yeah.
I'm good at that.
Yeah.
I'll just put it here. Because it'll apply to both points, yeah.
So the motion as it reads is by Councillor Rosewold, is the committee of the whole recommend to council to include the 2024 community hall connectivity incentive program in the 2024 interim budget operating assistance facilities as follows to county funded community halls. 4 county funded community halls. One-time $500 flat rate amount awarded to community halls for new or existing internet service. 3-year pilot program incentive in the amount of 1,000 per year for 24, 25, 26 to cover the internet subscription costs for community halls based on application to opt in.
Actually, what's the internet subscription cost? It's gonna be higher.
Yeah.
We're not covering it. It's just-
To offset.
I think that's good.
To offset.
That the cost.
But that based on application should probably be
Yeah.
up before the bullets too, because it's also for the one-time flat rate.
It'll apply to all, yeah.
Yeah.
That should be there, yeah. Because if they don't, even the ones that have it already, if they don't opt in, if they don't apply, then they don't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Zimmerman.
I don't know if we need it, but after the 3 years, can we come back and look at it about continuing with the $1,000 or whatever it may be? Should we put that in there too or not? No? You just want to change it again?
Yeah, through the chair, that would be something I think we could just handle administratively in our grant spreadsheet. It will trigger, the date will trigger.
Okay.
We will make sure that when the program is fanned out to everybody, that we hit everybody.
Could be a new councillor on the table. Okay, is there any further discussion to the motion? I think we've got it crafted now. I'll call the question.
Yes, through the chair. Yeah, what we would, we'll plug it into the budget for right now, and then we could launch it pretty quickly. And then make sure that, yeah, maybe between now and December 31st that they, I guess I'm through council as well, that's correct. I'm getting ahead of myself, sorry.
And later on, and that should be open
Yeah,
at
we
that
can
point if
manage
they.
that.
So that motion is carried.
Thank you, Christine.
So,
Thank you.
thanks, Christine.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Go ahead, Councillor Zimmerman.
Who do I get him to call? You or you? Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying, they will opt in. I keep calling to all sorts of shit.
Okay, so we're done 5.1. So 5.2 is third quarter financial summary. Michelle, I think, is taking this. So, oops, wrong one. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are here today to provide a financial update for our third quarter, up to September 30th. So I'll start with the operating revenues. Under note 1 to 3, our net municipal taxes, our third quarter variance is $5.5 million. This is due to our requisition payments. They are made quarterly. So the budget includes 4 quarters, but to date we've only paid 3. So that is the $5.5 million variance. Note 4, cap levy revenue. Our third quarter variance is $243,000. We budgeted approximately $300,000 for the cap levy revenue. To date, we've received $56,000, but historically we receive the majority of our cap levy revenue in quarter 4. Note 5, user fees and sale of goods is a $1.7 million variance. We are on target with budgeted revenues as we have earned 77% of our budget up to quarter 3. So there's no concerns with that revenue. Note 6, permits, licenses, fines, penalties. We currently have a variance of $1.4 million. The majority of this variance relates to our second tax penalty of 12% on outstanding property taxes that will be applied November 1st, so in quarter 4.
We budgeted our total tax penalty revenue at 1.1 million. Our first penalty, which was 3%, which was applied July 1st, was 358,000. And we expect to, with what is still remaining outstanding, to apply another 850,000 on November 1st. So we are on par with what we budgeted. Note 7, investment income, there's a variance of 1.5 million. The majority of this variance relates to our Aquaterra dividends. They're included in the budget, but they are not received or recorded until year end. And the other part of the variance is our RBC investment income. We have budgeted 3 million. To date, we have earned 2 million. So we do expect to be slightly less than budget, but it's not a huge variance. We're expecting to probably, well, there's about 700,000. So depending what we earn in quarter 4, it should be close to our target. Next, we'll move on to the operating expenses. Note 10, wages, salaries and benefits. There's a $10.2 million variance in quarter 3. We expect salaries to be over budget in 2023 due to approximately 1.68 million in additional wages that were incurred due to the Dunes West fire and the Northwest Territories fires. But both of those will be offset by the rebillings and the DRP grant that we will receive. Note 11, contracted services, $4.9 million variance. This includes unbudgeted expenditures of $4.3 million incurred due to the Dunes West fire and the Northwest Territories fires, and also $1.8 million for the fire break. And again, these expenditures will be offset by unbudgeted grant revenue from the DRP at the 90% that is recoverable, and anything we build out, and plus the fire break grant once it is received as well. Note 12, materials, goods and supplies. Currently we have a $4.1 million variance. This is in line with our budget and expectations for Q3. No significant variances to note. Note 13, transfers to provincial government. The variance is $2.3 million. This line accounts for our enhanced policing transfers. The April to December expenditures, they'll be recorded in Q4 once the invoice is received. So that is causing the variance, just a timing difference. Note 14, transfer to other governments, $4.15 million variance. The major variance is the $3.3 million contribution for the Highway 40 twinning, which is still outstanding as of quarter 3. It will be paid in quarter 4 at the end of December, according to the agreement. Note 15, transfers to local boards and agencies. The variance is 1.5 million. This is just an accumulation of a few different grants to the local boards that I think they pay them out as they are needed and requested. So whatever isn't paid out in quarter 4 will be carried over to next year. Note 17, interest on long-term debt. The variance is 748,000. Our loan payments are semi-annual. We make loan payments usually in June and December, and March and September. So we still have December payments to be recorded, and that will account for the variance. And that will be recorded, in December in Q4. Next, we can move on to capital revenues. Note 19, debenture proceeds. Currently, we have budgeted 18.8 million in debenture proceeds. We do not do our borrowings until the projects are complete, and to date, any of the projects that have been budgeted to be funded from debentures are not complete. That is what is causing the variance. Note 22, grant revenue. There's a $20.4 million variance. So our current process is to fund our capital projects at year end once once our actual expenditures are complete and finalized. So that any grant funding received during the year, we record it to deferred revenue. And then at year end, we reallocate it from deferred revenue and apply it against the actual expenses. So that process hasn't been done, and it will be done at the end of Q4. To date, we haven't received our CCBI, or formerly known as gas tax, or our MSI. Our MSI will be received early in 2024. Receipt of the funds has been delayed. The provincial government has asked us like what percentage completion our projects were at. And if they didn't meet a certain percentage, they wanted to hold back the funds to kind of help with their cash flow. So we unfortunately didn't complete our projects to that level, and we weren't able to get the money in 2023. And the CCBI, we're still looking to confirm the status of our applications to see when we'll be receiving that money.
I do have a question here. Go ahead, Deputy Harris.
Thanks. I prefer to wait till the end.
Okay. So carry on then, Michelle.
Capital expenditures, note 25, debenture principal payments. Again, just as the interest payments, the loans are made semi-annually. So the remaining variance will be recorded in Q4 in December when we record the last payment. Note 27, capital additions. We'll touch on that one when we go through the capital expenditure report next. Note 31, transfers from reserve. As mentioned, our current process is to record the majority of the transfers at year end, once we actually know our actual expenditures. So this is just a timing variance. The current transfers include the $3 million that we contributed to the Claremont lift station, and any of the debenture payments that are budgeted to be transferred from reserve. Those ones have already been included to date. And note 32, our current surplus is sitting at 26.6 million at the end of Q3. And again, as mentioned, it doesn't considering anything that it will be funded from the grants that are in the deferred revenue, or being any of the expenditures that will be funded from the reserve.
Okay, Deputy Harris.
Thanks. So I would find this much more helpful if we had actual Q3 compared to Q3 budget, because we're doing a lot of stuff. We say the first one I look at is the school requisition. So why even have it in there if we know we're not paying it till Q4, right? Why explain the variance that way? So to me, it would be more helpful if we had a Q3 budget and did it that way instead of having all these variances to explain why it's not there, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think we have tried, and we will continue to try budgeting quarterly. What we were finding when we were trying to budget quarterly was that we were explaining variances that we were budgeting incorrectly because we didn't always know what quarter, like obviously the requisitions, we can figure that part out, but a lot of the other expenditures, the departments don't know exactly when they're going to incur those expenditures or when the invoices are going to come in. So we were explaining a lot of times just a timing variance between when expenditures incurred and when they were recorded to our budget. So we do need to get better at our budgeting quarterly.
Yeah, I guess my problem is I don't know what the number means at the end, because unless you go through it with a calculator, it's pretty meaningless, and I don't have time to figure it out, right? So it says we have a surplus, but do we?
Well, no, we don't, because we still have like one more quarter to.
And what's the projection for the end of the year?
Yeah.
So are we, at the end of the year, do you project a surplus, or are we going to be in deficit?
Well, I'm not expecting it to be in a deficit. Yeah, we, like with all of our analysis, we are on target with our budget for up to Q3. So if we continue to proceed the way we are, we don't expect to have any concerns.
That's all I wanted to hear. So you can make that report in like one sentence. Thank you.
All right.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. I guess the only thing that caught my attention was the fact that money that is supposed to be allocated in 2023 is not going to show up till 2024 from the provincial government, which was a commitment from them. And also the renamed gas tax that should have been allocated in 2023 as well. I guess that's something that we need to be concerned about and become a part of our advocacy to both the provincial and the federal government.
Well, I know that MSI, if we would have incurred the expenditures, they would have given us the money. So if we haven't spent it, they don't want to just give it to us to put it into our bank account when they could keep it in theirs.
Yeah, but I was under the understanding is that they allocated the money once a year. You had to show your expenditures. And if you didn't, then you had to give the money back, not the other way around, be funded for projects. It used to come to us directly, and then we had to have an accountability to the provincial government for the money we spent.
It did, and it was until like when COVID happened, I think they were trying to manage their cash flow, so they kind of implemented this extra criteria to get the money.
Right, and they're in a surplus situation, or, you know, so it'd be nice if they would start treating us like adults again.
Right.
And the other, is there any, we haven't heard any more, because that's in the excess of $1 million as well, is it not, the gas tax?
Yeah. I can come back with that. Like we are still waiting. We sent out a few emails and we're trying to reach out to our contact at the gas tax to see where our applications are, but we just haven't heard back, you know, in time for this report. So
thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
So similar to Peter, I would like to see the variances, even as simply as if they're on target to where you think they should be, they're a different color. And if they're out of alignment for some reason, they were maybe red, for instance, that would speed the reading of the document for me. Thanks.
Green is good, red is bad. Or black.
Right.
Okay. Is there any further questions for Michelle at this point? Seeing none, is there anything else you'd like to add, Michelle?
Not on this one, just on the capital expenditure report, which is next, I guess.
Okay. So we'll move on to 5.3 then and hand it right back over to you for capital expenditure.
I can do this one in a little bit more of Cole's notes, but so our total capital expenditures for 2023, the budget is $82.4 million, which includes $48.9 million in carryovers and $33 million in new commitments. Currently, we have completed 11% of our carryover projects, or $5.19 million of the 48.9, and 24% of our new commitments, or $7.89 million of the $33.4 million. To date with Q3, like the total actual capital expenditures was $13.1 million, or 16% of the total budget of the $82.4 million. If you have any specific questions on the progress of the projects, I will defer those to the general managers of those areas.
Okay, Councillor Beaupre.
So question, and I did leave a message for Ryan yesterday, and I was going to ask this question. I'm looking at the 2021 carryover of 5 Mile Hall with grade and base pave and intersection improvements, and it says total cost to date $22 million. Is that a typo, or is that an actual cost? Because that seems like an awful lot of money for that intersection improvement. Yeah, I know what it is. That's why I want to know.
Yeah, is that the whole road improvement? You know, when they did the road at 714 from they regraded. Remember, it says.
Yeah, but even that 22 million, that's like at $1 million a road is 22 kilometers, right? So
I will have to look into that, but I believe that is a typo.
Okay, thank you. It's like, when I first saw it, it's like, wait a minute. The whole project, I remember like the servicing, I thought, well, maybe it's the servicing cost, right? And then I went down further and the servicing costs are there too.
Yes,
So
fairly confident it's a typo.
Okay, thanks, Michelle.
I saw that.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more lights on Michelle, so, yeah, so that one is complete then, or is there anything else you'd like to add?
Nope, that was everything.
Okay, well, thank you, Michelle, for coming in and updating us. So moving on to 5.4, Council Committee, the whole task list, Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. This list is presented for information, and anything that is highlighted in green will come off the list next time. So if you have any questions for general managers, we're here to answer.
I'm not seeing any lights at this point. So, okay, going 3 times, we're done. Moving on to item 6, committee of the whole agenda items. So Julia again. Oh, 5.5, sorry. I forgot about that. I got it on my sheet here and I was just turning the page. So 5.5 actually, which is Wembley IDP update, which I believe is Reed. This is your baby, right?
Yes, thank you, Reeve Marshall. So I'll start by just providing a bit of background on the IDPs. So the County of Grand Prairie has engaged in MDPs for quite some time with certain municipalities, notably the City of Grand Prairie. We've had some form of joint planning document with the city since the 80s. And in 2015, we adopted an IDP with the County of Birch Hills. In 2016, the province of Alberta modernized the Municipal Government Act and included a requirement that all adjoining municipalities need to enter into an intermunicipal development plan. And at that point, the county applied for and received Alberta Community Partnership funding for IDPs with the towns of Wembley, Beaver Lodge, Sexsmith, and the village of Hythe. At the time, the 2016 updates to the MGA also included requirements for an intermunicipal collaboration framework. And in 2019, the MGA was changed again to allow municipalities to opt out of conducting IDPs. So we initiated the IDPs in 2017 with our first round of public engagement in 2018. In 2019, it became clear to the municipalities that we wouldn't be able to meet deadlines for completing both the ICF and IDPs by spring 2020. And so we chose to opt out of finishing the IDPs at that time in order to focus on completing the intermunicipal collaboration frameworks. And so over the years since, we've gradually resumed the IDP project with the partner municipalities, with the exception of Hythe, which dissolved. And so we completed the IDP with the municipality of Sexsmith in 2020. And in the fall of 2022, we resumed the project with Wembley and Beaver Lodge. And so the process of restarting the project involved multiple committee meetings for the joint committee formed of members of both councils from the towns and the county to review where the project was at and current conditions and the draft document to date. And so there were several meetings to determine the state of readiness of the draft. And this fall, we had drafts that we were happy with for both communities and went out to the public again. And so in September of this year, we held open houses for both Wembley and Beaver Lodge to reintroduce the communities to the project, inform them about what an IDP is, and to present the draft document. For the open houses, we did quite a bit of notification. So for the Wembley IDP, we sent letters to every landowner within the plan area. We emailed newsletter updates to anyone who subscribed to the engagement projects on the website, including both the IDP project and the Plan Your County initiative. We had ads in the town and country news. We had information on the engagement pages and the county website about the events. There was a sign on the way into Wembley, and we made social media posts to inform people of the event. The events were well attended, having around between 15 and 20 people at each, and we received valuable feedback. So in terms of the purpose of the IDPs, they are intended to foster collaborative planning between the partner municipalities. And some of the main benefits are agreement on what type of future land uses there will be around the town so that they're not negatively impacted by development that the county has approval authority over, and also to plan for preserving opportunity for the communities to grow in the long term if they need to. And so in the case of Beaver Lodge and Wembley, the plan area is the 2-mile distance. So yes, the map is on page 6. So Tatiana, if you could please scroll down, not this map, but. So the red boundary reflects approximately 2 miles or 3.2 kilometers from the boundary of the town. And we use that as a standard for all of our IDPs in this project. So for Hayes, Wembley, Beaver Lodge, and Sexsmith. And this is based on the boundaries that we currently use in the MDP and have used for over 20 years within the MDP to determine areas of mutual consideration for development where the towns may be impacted. And so it was a natural boundary to use for this document. And so what it shows is the long-term potential land uses for the area. So you'll note that most of the areas in the light yellow, which is currently agricultural and intended to remain agricultural. And then there are some areas of the darker brown that's country residential, and that's the same as it is in the current MDP, where you'll notice the differentiation is around the boundaries of the town. And so we have the bright orange area to the southeast that represents future residential growth areas, and the areas in the darker purple on the north, both on the east and west, and those represent potential future industrial growth areas. And so these areas were determined based on a high growth 50-year scenario. So the idea there is that the plan is prepared that if the town grew as fast as we possibly would conceive it growing over the next 50 years and consumed as much land as it would need in that high growth scenario, these are the areas where it could accommodate that growth potentially. And so the main point to highlight is that this document does not consist of an annexation. It establishes parameters for what would occur in order to potentially trigger an annexation or start the conversations related to an annexation, and where certain types of future land uses may go. And so the benefit to that is, say, for instance, we got an inquiry about development for industrial within the county outside of that area, and we wanted to be able to consider it along with the town. Well, if it's next to a future residential area, then we know it's probably not a good fit, but it allows us greater consideration, say if it is adjacent to a future industrial area. And so it allows us to consider applications in a way that doesn't negatively impact the future growth opportunities of the town. And so we created this, and that being said, the area is determined based on the high growth scenario. The current growth scenario for the town is essentially negative. So we don't have a timeline for this actually occurring. It is a matter of being prepared. As you are familiar with the region, the growth cycles are either very fast or very slow here. And so we want to be prepared for any eventuality. And so an annexation would be first require the town to conduct a study on its current land supply and growth rates to prove that it is running out of land supply. And then it would involve significant consultation with landowners in the area to determine what areas would be part of an annexation, what those conditions would be. And that is a long process that will come later on and is outlined somewhat in this document, but we are not currently undertaking that process. This just provides long-term planning to provide for that possibility as the town grows in the future. It also includes provisions for referrals between the municipalities for development proposals, as well as dispute resolution processes in the event that we are in disagreement about a proposed development. What we have heard from the public, now at the Wembley open house, we did have some comments. And the concerns at that time were the potential impacts on existing agricultural operations, as well as road improvements in the area. And so in terms of existing land uses, this does not change what you can currently do. If you have an agricultural property, you can continue your agricultural operation. You can continue to expand it as much as you are currently allowed to under the agricultural zoning. And you can even do the amount of subdivisions that you are allowed to currently under the city's, the county's municipal development plan and land use bylaw. So it does not change those current development rights. Where it would have an impact is if you were proposing to change the use of your property to something else. And so that would be in the instance of something such as a rezoning or an area structure plan where someone was looking to change what is currently allowed in there and not continuing what they're already allowed to do and the types of development that they're currently approved for. And so the other concern that we heard more recently is some misinformation regarding people thinking that this is an annexation, and some people fear that the entire red area is part of some annexation of some 19,000 acres. So to put it into context, if all of the future urban growth area that is identified in this plan were to be annexed, that area is 1,308 acres approximately. We wouldn't expect that to be anything happening anytime soon, but that is the entirety of the future growth area is that 1,308 acres or 529 hectares identified in the dark around red boundary closer to the town. And so there is no annexation at this point, and there would be significantly more public consultation and discussions if an annexation were to occur. In terms of next steps, the next steps will be decided by the joint committee. So part of the initial conversation going into the open houses was that the next step would probably be determined by the response that we received at the open houses. Because if there were no concerns from the public, if people were satisfied with the plan and the information they had received to date, we would potentially progress to a joint council meeting to consider adopting the document. However, we did receive significant comments at the Wembley IDP. And so we're having another joint committee meeting to discuss those next steps, which may include additional public engagement. And so I thank you for your time and I welcome any questions.
Okay, before I go to the board, I just want to provide some more information because this is primarily in my area and I've been getting a lot of phone calls and they did have a meeting last night. There's about 25, 26 individuals. So I have a couple of people that I've asked to keep me informed of what was going on because I wasn't able to attend it. So you're right. They were saying it's some of the misinformation. It's going to blow up. So some of the more rational heads within that group told them, no, it isn't a full annexation. So they calmed a lot of that down within that group. They have asked me because I am their elected representative to come meet with them next Tuesday, and I've agreed to that. So there's information. Some of the questions where they're saying that there's supposed to be trails along the pipestone and stuff going in. They heard some of these comments and stuff, and I told them, no, it's your land. That isn't going to happen unless you choose to put those trails in. That's up to you unless something changes. The other one is around the road infrastructure, and that was from the farmers because they don't want to have to go out to the highway. They want to make sure 712 stays as an access road so they can travel along. And I said, as far as the plan was, it would stay as an access road and it wouldn't be closed if the town grew outside of that. So that was some of the other concerns. Yeah, and there's just some confusion. They want to know what's going to happen. Each landowner wants to know what's going to happen to them specifically, should things go, I guess, on the annexation and stuff. So, yeah, so that was some of the other comments that I got from the landowner that called me this morning to tell me what went on last night at the meeting. So the 19,000 annexation has been subsided. At least that part of it anyways. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess that was going to be my question. Is it fair to say that the confusion happens around the red boundary that's farther out? That individuals looked at that and went, holy smokes, who's reaching how far and what's the expectation for growth in these areas, right? And so I guess that would be you know, trying to find the clarification for that, for those individuals that are concerned that they may have only taken a first glance and not really understood the document that was being presented to them. But I fully support Reid in the respect that, you know, anything that next steps really is on the a collaboration between the landowner and the town of Wembley to come up with the needs and the wants for the community as far as growth, and be able to demonstrate both the consumption and absorption of land they already have within their boundaries before they make those next steps. So this is really, really high level planning for future at worst case scenarios, and you know, historical data shows how much the town of Wembley's grown, and people that have lived around there for years would have seen the growth patterns. So, you know, I think this is a really good document. It's just unfortunate that it was blown out of proportion.
Yeah, and unfortunately, some of the phone calls I got even before this, on this weekend, I told individuals that's what the open house was for, to answer some of the questions. Well, I didn't want to come and sit and listen to anybody. And I just about yeah. Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for bringing this. I know I asked for it, but it's just because good information is better than misinformation. So I appreciate you bringing this information to us, because I had a lot of messages from various people, and a lot of them are, some of them are very gun shy because of the Grande Prairie annexation. So that's their concern, is some of them had family members that were in part of that annexation area for the Grande Prairie. And so now they're concerned that this is going to happen, that it's going to be this massive annexation for them as well. And so that's where a lot of the concerns came from, is they're scared that they do not want to be part of the town. They want to continue to be out in the country. So now that we've got some of this information, it's been very valuable, and I've shared it with them, and they've all calmed down and they're all good. But it's just about, like I say, this good information is extremely valuable to get out. So thank you for bringing this. And it's just about keeping us informed so that when we do get these panicked calls, that we can deal with them. So.
And when we, and to add to that, Councillor Roosevelt, when we went through the IDPs, both the Beaver Lodge and the Wembley one, with what happened back in February, we did say we need to be very cognizant of the messaging that is getting out there, so that we don't create a firestorm, which
half happened this time, but not as bad. But so thank you. I appreciate, and I do fully support what you're doing here. I just wanted information so that when people are calling me, I can actually respond with actually knowing what I'm talking about. It's like, I don't know, I'm not on that committee.
Or even refer them to the people on the committee and stuff too, right?
Yeah, so some of them just want to talk to the people they know. And so I sent them the links that you provided to us through that other organization, or that other email that you sent us. And like I say, they're all they're all calmed down now. So, but I just, if we know, then we can take care of some of these storms before they get big. So thank you.
And the other thing I want to thank Reid too is around the list of all the information, because that's the other thing I heard too, is that, well, I was never notified. So actually the individual he's on the furthest extent, the southwest corner, I asked him, and he said, because he actually was at the open house and he still has some questions, but he said he did get a letter, because he asked other people and said, well, we never got any notification. So they probably file 13 if they did get a letter.
And just in response to that, so some of the more vocal participants are actually people who are on the mailing list, and you know, who even posted on social media about the letter encouraging people to attend. Yeah, I saw the post. So it's even ending up in my subdivision, which is just on the northwest, extreme northwest part of it. So I told people on that to reach out and call me, because I'm their council representative. So I haven't got any calls yet, but I'm expecting them. So, yeah, thank you for the update. Is there any further questions for Reid or any other comments? Councillor Grenick, you did have your light on. Did you have?
Nothing serious. Nothing really serious. I was just going to ask a question to probably Leslie or somebody about, is there another word that we can use besides misinformation? That's not a very popular word in a lot of areas right at this point. I believe the misinformation is coming from council.
Yeah.
When you use that terminology, they say, well, that's council's way of avoiding a question. Just asking. I don't know if there's a better word that we can use or if that's the word of choice. It's just saying. Anybody,
Yes, through the chair, we can work with the communications team on that. We've been doing a lot of that this year.
I don't mean to, I don't mean to be petty. I just, every time it comes up, it's a question is that all you guys know, misinformation? Who's missing the information when it's put out there? Who's this misinformation person? So it was just a little question. I know, probably. Whatever, but thanks.
Yeah, I don't see any further lights, so thanks, Reed.
Thank you.
And I will be talking to you just so that I'm prepared for Tuesday night's meeting with that group, so.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so moving on to that was 5.5, 6.1, Committee of the Whole agenda items. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next meeting of Committee of the Whole is scheduled for November 30th, and looks like majority of the items will be economic development. So I'm sure by the time we get to that meeting, we will have additional items, but if council envisions and would like to discuss some other emergent topic, let me know. So thank you.
So just wanted to share with council too. I'm not sure if everybody else got an email from Ron and Nolan, our MLAs. Dimitri Nicolaitis is here on Monday night, and there is a, what do you call it? The association event. So they're going to be selling memberships at the door, but he is at the Delta from 7 to 8:30. So if people, yeah, but they're going to be looking to sell them. Yeah. So, because I called Ron today just to make sure it was open. It's open to anybody who wants to attend, so. Yeah, he used to be the Minister of Advanced Education. They switched. So, okay, so with that, we do have one closed session item. Or do we have to close out because this is a special? It's a separate meeting, so we are adjourned.